Hi, all. Good evening, and thank you all for joining us for this amazing session of MS Dev Day that is being hosted by Microsoft Student Partners. This session will be a lot of fun and an interesting one as a student will cover a lot of topics. Before I hand over the floor to the speakers, I would request that all of you read our code of conduct. We are all here to learn together, so please be respectful of other people's views, understanding of differences, being kind and considerate in the way you engage. The chat is open throughout, and we do encourage you all to participate. Our moderators are on the show and will answer all your questions during each topic. With this, I would like to hand over the floor to Tina, who will be our moderator for the first topic of today's session. Over to you, Tina.
Thank you, Rashmita. Hello, everyone. A very good evening. Hope you're all doing good. And we welcome you all to this Microsoft Student Developer Day. And we have some amazing sessions packed up for you all. And I'll be your host for the first two sessions today. Introducing our first session. Before introducing our first session, we also have a challenge for you, where it's called as Cloud Skills Challenge, and you'll be. I hope I'm audible. Just a quick confirmation.
Yes, Tina.
Okay, awesome. So I think the screen is not visible, right? I'll quickly share the screen once again. Just a minute. Somehow it just vanished.
No problem. Take your time.
Apologies, I think it just vanished somehow. Just give me a moment. Yeah, it should be there in a minute. Meanwhile, we would love to know how are you all doing, what's going on, and what are you all expecting in this session. And which part of the world you're all joining in from.
Hey Tina,
That
how
is,
are you?
Hi
I'm
Tina.
doing good. I'm doing good.
Hi everyone.
Hello everyone.
I hope everything doing something amazing with the content.
Yeah, absolutely.
Session gonna be late.
I can see people are joining from different parts of the world. That's amazing.
Exactly.
So, how are you all doing? Is it day or night in your country? Let us know in the chat.
Should be there in a moment.
We have people from Pakistan also. That's nice.
The Microsoft Reactor is amazing.
Yes, absolutely.
So we are celebrating Microsoft Student Developer Day, right?
Yes, this is the first Microsoft Student Developers Day that we are hosting today.
And we
I'm
are
so
getting a
excited
chance.
about it.
Yeah, and my screen should be there.
Yes, Tina, it's visible.
Awesome. Okay, so before we go ahead with the session, we have Cloud Skills Challenge for you all, where you have all these resources, all these technologies, and you can take role of them with the help of Learn modules, and also take part in the challenge with other developers and students out there. So our moderators will also put the link in the YouTube comments. You can go ahead with the link and join the challenge. We have, before we start with that, we have our first session, which is Introduction to GitHub using Github.dev. So hosts are Akansha Jain and Taqir Ahmed are both the speakers for our first session who will take over the session. Welcome Akansha and Taqir. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Tina. So, hello everyone. I am Akansha Jain and I am a Gold Microsoft Loan Student Ambassador and a Google Developer Student Club Lead.
Ahmed, my gold Microsoft student ambassador and code insider right now at Microsoft Visual Studio Code. Yeah,
So, can you tell me if my screen is visible?
yeah, cool.
Okay, awesome. So, we hope that you all are excited for our first session. So, this workshop is all about introduction to GitHub, but we are going to be using github.dev. I will be explaining the basic concepts of Git and GitHub that you must understand while working with github.dev. And
Hi,
over to you, okay? Yeah.
hi, this is Sakir, and I shall be covering the part of the hands-on session totally on GitHub.net that I shall be telling you about the hands-on and the practical that how to create a row, how to create branches, and all and all. Let's see in some moments.
Okay, thank you. So let's get started. So, first of all, there is a prerequisite to this workshop. You are going to need a GitHub account and an internet connected browser such as Edge. So, I think these are the only prerequisite for this workshop. And if you want, you can code along side to side. Awesome. So, now let's look at some learning objectives. What are we going to wind up doing in this workshop? We are going to do a few interesting little tasks on GitHub. We are going to start by opening a repo that we have forked prior using github.dev, create a branch, commit changes to our branch, create a pull request, merge that pull request, and then delete the branch. So, in like just a few minutes, we are going to go through the 7 steps that are like the traditional way to manage a GitHub repo when you need to make a change. Okay, so talking about the structure of the workshop, we are going to talk a little bit about what is GitHub, and then we are going to work in github.dev. And then there is a little quiz for you all so that we can work through together, and then we will have a summary of the session. Awesome. So let's start with the introduction. So what is GitHub? Uh, do our audience would like to know, or do they actually know what is GitHub? If they can just let me know.
Let us consider our audience also.
Yeah, let me know what is GitHub. Just drop it in the chat if you have any idea about GitHub.
Yes.
Yeah, we would love the session to be interactive, so we want to know your answers as well.
Version control system,
Control
that's
system.
nice, that's correct. Okay, so Arthur know a little bit about GitHub. So should I proceed? Okay, so I'll proceed. So what is GitHub? Well, it's a development platform that allows you to host and review code. You can manage projects, build software. It even has really cool things like discussion boards, and there is a lot of cool secrets in GitHub that you can uncover. So, why is everyone building on GitHub? Well, because it provides the important DevOps features for companies and organizations of all sizes for their public and private projects. Whether it's planning features, fixing bugs, or collaborating on changes, GitHub is the place where the world's software developers gather to make things better. Moving on, what is GitHub? Let's just first, sorry, my screen is visible, right?
Yes, Akansha, it's visible.
Okay, okay. So let's just first understand the GitHub flow. So, in addition to providing this nice collaborative software development hub, GitHub offers this workflow which is designed to optimize use of its various features. If you want to learn more about the GitHub flow, then you can go to Microsoft Learn and complete the Introduction to GitHub module to learn more about the GitHub flow. I'll just probably drop in the link for the same in the chat. Tina, can you do it?
Yes, I'll do that, Akansha.
Yeah. So, till the time Tina is dropping it in the chat, you can just go to Microsoft Learn, you can go to this module, and you can learn more about the GitHub flow. It has everything that you want to learn or know about the GitHub flow. Tina, have you dropped it in the chat?
Yes, it's right there.
Okay, cool.
It should be there.
Thank you, Tina. So, a lot of people get confused between what Git is and what GitHub is. But there is a difference between the two. So, Git is the distributed version control system, DVCS, and it allows many developers to contribute to work on a project. And you can be working on many branches and pushing to this remote repo also. Is responsible for everything that is happening locally on your computer. So, the key features provided by Git include that it's installed and is used on your local machine. You are going to install Git. You are going to install Git before you do anything. It handles version control and supports branching. And then I always think of GitHub as sort of get made easy in the cloud. You know, it allows all of the meta activities to
It
happen
handles version
around your
control
GitHub account. And it allows you to work with the community on issues, do discussions, and handle pull requests, which people are trying to collaborate on your code base. You can also put labels and actions. You can also have people sponsor your work on GitHub, which is, I think, really, really nice, right? Okay, so let's talk more about branches. What about branches? All of a sudden, we feel like we have entered the forest because we start talking about branches, right? Okay, so what you usually want to do is to create a branch and make changes on a branch, and then take your branch and send those changes back into the main the main tree trunk of your code base. One thing about the word main, this is the preferred name for the main part of the code. Your branches can be all different kinds of names. Maybe your company has a naming convention around creating branches, but sometimes you will see the word master. That word has been deprecated because some of them, because due to the negative connotations, but you can use main as your branch, and you can set your GitHub preferences to always create the word main as your main branch. So, as you can see in this slide, here is some information about how to go ahead and create branches. And we are going to do that right in github.dev also. So, do you have any doubts till now, or do you want to ask something?
Hey, Akansha, I think the branches part are really, really necessary and typical also. Could you please get us more into that, please?
Yeah, sure. So, branches are basically the preferred way to create changes in the GitHub flow. They provide isolation so that multiple people may simultaneously work on the same code in a controlled way. This model enables stability among critical branches, such as main, while allowing complete freedom for developers to commit any changes that they need to meet their goals. Once the code from a branch is ready to become a part of the main branch, it may be merged via a pull request. I will talk more about pull request in the coming slides. I hope it's clear now.
Yes,
Okay.
Akash, it's clear.
Yeah. So if you want to learn more about GitHub branches, we have a Microsoft Learn module for that also. And I would request Tina to just drop it in the chat so that people can understand more about the GitHub branches. Tina, you are on mute.
Yeah, done, Akansha.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tina. Okay. So moving forward, there are also commits and these are the changes that you are actually making to one or more files on a branch. So you might have a whole bunch of files that you make changes to, and then you take all those and bundle them together and commit them up. It is a change to one or more files on a branch. Every time a commit is created, it is assigned a unique ID and tracked along to make a contribution. Then there are pull requests. So once you commit your changes, you need to somehow merge that into the original, the main trunk of your code base. So it signals that the commits from one branch is ready to be merged into another branch or into main. It is, it is like a mechanism used to signal that the commits from one branch is ready to be merged into another branch. Then you will also see the words like cloning and forking. So you clone a repository by making a copy of it, and you fork a repository by making a copy of it into your GitHub account. So cloning is to your local computer and forking is to your GitHub account. Don't worry, we will see all of this in the hands-on session that Tokir will be taking up, and after that we will come back here to take the quiz that I mentioned in the first slide also. So now I would like to call Tokir. Over to you, Tokir.
Hey everyone, I hope you must have gone through the Git and GitHub system period. So as of the now, the topic is all about GitHub.dev. What is it all about? Like you must be fascinated now, like why did you connect it over here to learn about it, right? So it's typical web editor, web editor to edit directly on your web page or the source repo of it. Let us see the hands-on of it. So meanwhile, you can slide down. I'm unsure.
Okay.
So how do we access it? Like you must be thinking that Tokir has introduced Git and GitHub system and actually is introducing us the GitHub.dev. But how to actually access it? So there are certainly two ways to access it. Just use a blank period on your keyboard to get into the dev part, the web editor part, or simply swap the .dev part from the top domain URL to dot. Then you are done. As shown as the example is also given. And why to use it? Like you must be thinking that there's so fascinating features available on GitHub.dev. So why to use it? It's quick, it's fast, and reliable. Exactly. You heard it very correct. It's quick, fast, and reliable, making your time safe and saving you from the lot of protocol of SSH and HTTP and security issues. Good. So let us move ahead onto the hands-on part, and we'll have a quick walkthrough that how we can do a lot of things over it. So let me share the screen.
While Tokir is sharing his screen, we would Also, give some time for you to ask your questions. Feel free to ask them here. We have our speakers answering them.
And also, please let me know that my screen is also visible.
Yes, Toki, it's visible. You can go
It's
ahead.
visible. Okay, cool. So, of course, a Microsoft Student Developer Day. We
I
are
think
already enjoying it.
right.
All cool?
I can see only the white screen.
Yeah, I can see
Is
a
it for
white
me?
snack screen. Those of you who are joining in right now, calling it out again, this is a
Is it
session
visible?
on introduction to GitHub using Github.dev. And we have Akansha and Toki here for you talking about GitHub using GitHub.dev. So if you have any questions,
Kansha, is it
please feel
visible now?
free to ask them in the comments.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
Toki, it's
Toki,
visible.
it's visible now.
Cool. I think we had some glitches over here. That's not a problem.
All
So you all were waiting for the GitHub.system. Like you must be really into the GitHub.dev. So let me show you the real repo about it. So this is the page of GitHub, right? How did I got it? I just typed into github.com. Just got this page. Cool. This is my account. You can make it for free. It's a part of Microsoft and it's always free. You can access it from anywhere. It's cool. Now, the very first part I do want to conclude over this workshop is the forking part. The forking part. So how do we fork a repo and why do we fork a repo? I'll show you in a minute. So yeah, let me conclude it. The time you will see over here, you will see a button over here, fork. Okay, it will be only available in the remote repository of your friend or the unknown person, but it is not available in your repository because forking is all about editing the source code into the friend's account or another friend's account, not into yours account. So we are just forking it out. How do we fork it? Just click on this button, thing. It will ask you that what should be the name of that repo. For the name convenience, already asking this thing. Just click on this button, click fork, boom. Here we got the forked repo. You can see over here, earlier it was named as Naima M109111 Octofork, but now it is Toki Remit 5201 Octofork. Now I am the owner of this repository in my account, not this one. The real head is still the Naima Ahmed, but not the Toki Remit. But I can do a lot of changes over here. Cool. So is there any doubt till yet, till so far?
yeah. If there is any question, please put it in the chat.
Yeah,
I
let me
have one
know.
question for you, Toki. Maybe you could let
Sure.
us know what is the purpose of forking a repo for
Okay.
our audience who are just beginning with you.
Sure. There are many times a condition like we have to edit our repository, which can be open source or a system software or a plugin software available on the internet, and we want to add some features into it, right? But how do the owner will get to know that that this person wants to contribute into it, want to add the features into it? That is the main point now. We, that is the main aim, to add some feature into it. As a developer, what we have to do, add features into it. So we are just forking out in our repository, adding that feature into that repository in our repository, and then pushing those features into the head repository so that the owner can know that we are a contributor and this has been generated or this has been developed from our side. Cool.
Mm, yeah.
Thank you. I'm moving ahead
We have
and
a question from Atharva. He says,
Mhm.
will you please explore more about forking?
More about forking. Okay, no problem. Let me get into it about it. Hi, Prabha. I hope you're doing good. And let us see. Uh, there are a lot of repository available over the GitHub. As you can see that these are the workshops created by Jennifer and Microsoft Developer Associate and Advocate, Cloud Advocate. But we cannot readily edit into it, right? We are not the owner of it. Like I have not created this repository. Okay. So if we want to contribute into it, add some features into it, write into it, that we have to do using this forking system. Forked, the same name as should be given. You can rename it anyway, like for the naming convenience to remember it, it should be the same and create the form. It may take up some time, or you can refresh the page, and cool, you have got the things right here, and it's the repository of mine, and I can edit it now. Cool. I hope it must have cleared most of the thing, but time you will practice out, you will get it the more. I have just told you about the forking. Let us get into the main concepts like of repositories, creating it, and now. If you want to create a repository, just click new. What is a repository? It's just a new folder containing all your code, features, your ideas, your thoughts that can be plugged in over the internet, right? So this is what I'm doing over here. As of now, I'm creating a new repository named. Before getting into it, I'm going to tell you that let me aware of you that I'm also a cook. So, so let's cook something for today. I love cooking. Okay, don't worry about it, like what are all these files and now read me. You can create it anywhere. The time you create a repository, you'll get it about like why it will be created. I'll create the button create repository, having this description and having this name. And who is the owner? Tokir Ahmed 5201. That is me. I've created the repository. Hey, I've got the reading for here. It's just telling me that Tokir cook, let it cook something for today. That's all the basic of GitHub. We want to get into github.dev right now. And how do we get into it? You must be thinking that Tokir have told us a lot about Git and GitHub system. And how do we get into it? So let us see. Use the magic fingers over here. You have 10 fingers. Just use the full stop button on your keyboard and get into github.dev. Or you can just replace the system as github.dev. This is a major thing. And it will load your web editor. And congratulations, you have loaded a VS Code into your system, which is
That's
eventually
the
online.
beauty of Github.dev here, yeah.
Sorry, Tina, what did you just said?
I was saying that's the beauty of Github.dev here.
Yeah, Tina, that of course we are always getting a lot of feature from GitHub itself. Oh, so we have covered a lot of things till here, and so we are cooking something for today. And I'm a cook. I already made many things a lot. So what shall I do? So I create one thing. I'll get into the edit mode file. How did I get into it? I just clicked over it. It opened a readme file.md. MD means Markdown. It's a language which is used over the GitHub system to store the data, to represent the data, which can be visualized over the internet. Right? Don't worry about it. It's a whole language, so you will get it in a way. So I'm cooking something for today. So yeah, let's cook something. What can I cook? Maggie in 2 minutes. Yeah, this is what I can do. What else can I do?
I love
Pasta.
coffee. Let's have a coffee now.
Yeah, we can have after the session. Sure. Basically, I'm a tea person. So sorry for that. If you remember, so GitHub providing us a lot of feature. You can, if you zoom in, and you will find that here the preview mode of it. From here, you cannot visualize that how it will look out after the editing and saving the file. So here's the preview mode of it. See, after editing the file and merging into the main or pushing into the main or any of their branch, you'll find out this thing, Maggie, pasta, tea. Certainly like this over the internet or the GitHub repo, which I have created. Cool. So you have edited the markdown. Now I want it to be published. But before getting into it, you must have seen that there is a button and number one clicked over here, and all of a sudden it got popped up as a magic. What does it say? It says that, hey Tokir, you have just edited out this thing into the README. What thing I have edited out? Let me wait me remind. So I have edited these three lines. Plus means that these things have been added into the README file or the markdown file. Cool. So before moving into it and directly pushing the data into the repository or the main branch, I'd love to show you the branching process, which Akansha told you in the theory part. This is your main, right? This is your main. And main can be termed as the soul of the repository, which contains all the features and which is published over the internet and from where your updates comes in into your system, your laptop, your mobile, which can be anything. So I do want to create a new branch over here. I'll create a new branch. I'll give a name. Okay, pasta. Cool. Why are we creating the branch? I'll let you know in a minute. Yes, let us confirm this. And it is saying that shall we switch to it? Keep in mind, we are on the main right now. The time I switch to the branch, it will reload the web editor. It will reload the web editor, and you'll see that hey, the branch name has been changed and it has vanished to Tokir/pasta. Right? If I see over here and the file that I have created and the editing which I have done still here, I do want to commit and push it in the main or the branch I have created. So how shall I do it? How shall I do it? Just click on the main. That is a staging button. That the plus button is known as the staging button. I'll click on the plus button and it has been staged. What does the stage say? Does anyone has any idea about it? Let me know through the chats. Tina, can you please moderate through the chats?
Yes, so before you go ahead, Toki, there are a couple of questions. So there is a question from Balaji Chandrasekhar. He
Mm-hmm.
asks how to download the files from the repo.
For download the files from the repo. Okay, no problem. I shall be downloading it. But before we get into it, I shall be showing the preview of Github.dev and then the basic GitHub afterward. So thank you for reaching us out.
Awesome.
Anyone else?
There is one more question from Atharva Malode, if I'm pronouncing this right. He asks, how does this need any permission of owner? So I think he's asking about forking. That does it require any
No,
permission from the owner?
no. You can fork out any repository over the internet.
any questions, feel free to ask in the chat.
Cool. Uh, if someone has no clue about staging, let me tell you that no problem if you are not aware. We all are here to learn. We are in the Microsoft Learn here, so we are learning here. Staging means that whatever I have done, the changes which I have made, or editing which I have done into the certain file or the default file or the previously edited file, should taken be a screenshot of it and save it in a repository. Take a screenshot of it and save it in a repository so that I'll get back into the history and take that file out. Right? I stage that thing. I'll type something like I have added my Maggie pasta and tea, and I'll commit that change. Commit means yes, click the button of camera to take the screenshot. Tick. I'll keep this button tick, and it has been pushed over the Turkey slash pasta branch. But before moving into it, I'd love to introduce one thing over here. The tick button over here does two things: commit as well as pushing. But in the eventually, the basic Visual Studio Code doesn't allow this. The time you click the tick button, it will only commit, not push over the remote repository, which is over the internet. This is the big point which should be known by the developer itself. So here we are done, and created some files, edited some file already, and we are ready to cook for a day. We have a feast today, and I'll create a pull request over here. And how do I got in that pull request should be created? So let me tell you that pull request should be created to merge or reflect the changes which you have done in the main branch which you have created or which has been already present in the repository. Main branch contains the main things of the repository, all the data of the repository, all the new software updates, and all the new patches, so that it should be pushed over the main, so that your feature can be published over the internet and the people can use it. As of now, we are cooking, so that doesn't matter at all. If you see here clearly, let me zoom it. Here's something a box time machine, which tells you a lot of things, which can be confusing over here. Let me explain you. It here tells that Tokyo Hammer 5201, that is a repository name, Tokyo code, and the branch which I have created. Okay, the data of this branch should be merged into the repository which is given over here, and the branch which should be made, which can be made, precisely which can be made, so it can be published all over the internet, which can be seen by the most of the people. Title, which is the commit message, you can already given now, and pull request. We are in Microsoft Reactor. Then here, and I'll create a pull request by clicking this button, create. Oh, damn, we have got a lot of things like gray background, green buttons, and all. Isn't good, fascinating as well as confusing. No problem at all. We will explain this. So, what is happening over here? It is saying that there is a pull request, hashtag one, there is a one pull request, number one. It says that Tokyo number 5201, which is me, wants to merge some changes into the main. From where? From where? From this branch. Into this branch. So it can be reflected all over the repository, which can be accessed by most of the people. Good. And this is the comment. comment which I have given at that moment. We are in Microsoft Reactor, so that Togir Ahmed can get to know that we are from Microsoft Reactor and can be accessed easily. And that is a commit message with commit ID showing that this commit has been done 3 minutes ago. We are creating a pull request, uh, merging the pull request over here. We are getting three options. We are not getting into these because these contain a lot of concept to be understood in the Git and GitHub system itself. So don't worry about that. We are simply creating the merge commit. The time we click this merge pull request, click, it is saying that we have created one message for you, showing that this will be shown while merging to the main, and this commit will be pushed over the main branch. I have created this merge, create merge commit, and while creating this pull request and all, keep in mind that never ever commit on the main. Never ever commit on the main because let me tell you that I do get back into the repository. You will see over here, nothing is over here. See, nothing is over here. The editing file which I have done is nothing over here. But it will be there the time I merge the pull request. So how do we do it? Create merge commit. Done so far. And see the magic over here. Congratulations. We just have a merge pull request. So any doubt till so far, I shall be concluding most of the doubt till here, and then we shall be deleting the branch. That is not a main issue. So Tina, could you please write?
Yes, all good. There are no questions right now. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask them in the chat. You can go ahead, Taki, in the meantime.
So actually, we are in the very last of the topic, like deleting the branch. Actually, it is a very good practice to delete a branch because it creates a lot of mess in the repository. We have hundreds of branch left over after using it. So we are deleting the branch, and it is saying that one is selected from here. You can see out the address, which is very correct. We click OK. Boom. There's nothing to left over here, and we have the main that includes all the file. That when you can see that earlier in the main one, you weren't having any of these things, Maggie, pasta, tea, but now it is having. How did some magic happen? No, of course not. A magic didn't happen. We just had a pull request, merged it, did the branch. As a developer, it's a basic. It's already on the Github.dev. So we have concluded most of the thing. So we are ready for the question, right?
So, just add on to that, as Toki mentioned, that a commit is like a photograph. So, you can always think of it like just going to a birthday party, and then just to refer to the staging part, you can think of it like you are going to a birthday party, and the organizer of the birthday party wants you all to come onto the stage.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, this is what staging is. And then clicking a photograph is a commit. So it gathers the photograph, the commit that you have created, and the timestamp that you have taken the photograph at that point of time. So staging and commit is all that.
Exactly.
Do
Awesome.
we have?
We have a question from Balaji Chandrasekhar. Is it
Mhm.
possible to merge the changes to the master repo from where you forked the repo?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can directly do the same.
You have to select when you are committing your changes, you have to select the main branch. And as I mentioned, while telling you about main and master. Master is deprecated nowadays. We use main instead of master. So the master repo, as you are mentioning, can uh, you can create those, you can create those changes and commit those changes directly to the master repo by creating a pull request. So the owner of the master repo have to, you know see the changes that you have created, and then he or she can merge your pull request into their main repo. I hope that answers the question.
Uh, Adding with, I do want to add something over here. Like as of now, my screen is being shared, so you can see that in my repository, I can do the same, main into main. But if you're forking from somewhere else, it is not a good practice to directly commit on a main branch and directly making them to see that here I have and created a pull request on the main itself. That is not a good practice at all, because it can lead to a much conflict, can lead to a headache for a lot of developers, right? So don't do that, please. Always create a branch and then create a pull request. Cool.
Awesome.
So one of us was saying that to own the repository. So if you want to do the same, just copy it from here. That will be the SSH ID. Go for here. Open your terminal. It can be very, very easy. Type git clone and including, or you can say that I'm downloading that folder or the repository into my system. Where it is available, see user socket element. I'll go over here and
Toki, can you zoom in a little bit?
yes, sure, sure, sure. Actually, it's not available for. Let me show it from here. So from here, you can say that it's available from here itself. Socket cook, and it's being downloaded, and you can edit your file from here itself. So nothing much changes. But it's always convenient to use github.dev if you are directly committing or using for easy purpose, so that is okay. But if you are creating a lot of bug feature or very massive feature, then you should be using your code editor IDE and then pushing it to the main repository. Cool. So yeah, I've shared my screen. I think it has been done till so far, and I'm stop sharing my screen. Yeah.
Tina, do we have any questions at the moment?
Yeah, we'll wait for a couple of minutes more. If you have any questions, we have our speakers, Akansha and Toki, to answer them.
Also, till the time folks are asking the questions, as I mentioned, that we have a quiz at the end. So let's
Hmm.
take it up. Awesome. So we have our first question. What is the best way to report a bug to a GitHub project? Let me know in the chat what do you think is the best way to report a bug to a GitHub project. You can write A, B, or C according to what you have understood yet.
Yeah, let's
So,
see who answers it first.
yeah, absolutely. So it says you can send an email to a project owner. Uh, the second option says I don't bother reporting software bugs because there's no transparency and they never get fixed anyway. And the third option we have is search for the bug in the project's existing issues and create a new one if it hasn't been reported yet. So, what do you think should be the answer,
We have two
Ramesh?
answers,
Yeah,
two people answering C.
awesome. So, I'll wait for a couple of seconds and then I'll reveal what's the answer and I'll explain it why that should be the answer. Okay, so let me tell you, the folks who have answered that it's C are correct, and it's because project's issues are visible to anyone who has access to the project. So you may find a resolution is already planned or available. Otherwise, you can create and track the issue for yourself. Awesome. So let's move on to the next question. Suppose you have created a bug fix on a new branch and want it to become part of the next production build generated from the main branch. So, what do you think you should do the next? A. Copy your branch changes and commit them directly to the main branch. Second, create a pull request to merge your new branch into the main branch. And third, on second thought, maybe I won't share this fix. I'll just put it in my own private version of the source code. Folks, what do you think should be the answer? A, B, or C? Let me know in the chat. Ashish says C. Okay. Mohammed says C. Athar says B. I'll just wait for a couple of seconds. Tokir, what do you think should be the answer?
I think it should be
It should be B.
B.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, the answer is B. So the folks who answered B are correct. And why so? It's because pull requests are the correct way to communicate that commits are ready for review and ultimate inclusion on the main branch. And Tokir already told you about this. So the folks who are listening carefully must have answered it correctly. Awesome. So let's move on to the next question. And this one is the last question for the day. Suppose you would like to work with a project on GitHub, but you don't have right access to the project. What can you do to contribute? Fork from the project's repository to your GitHub account, clone the fork repository to your local machine, push changes to your repository, and submit a pull request to the target upstream repository. Upstream is the main repository. And the next option is clone the project to your local machine and push updates directly to the project repository. And the third option is use Git commands to make a copy of the project so that you can work locally, submit an issue to get your changes into the target repository. So, what do you think should be the answer, folks? Let us know in the chat.
Let's see who's quick and right this time.
Absolutely. Kiran says B. Balaji also says B. Athar says C.
Okay. We have varieties of answers this time out of the three options.
Absolutely. I'll just wait for a couple of seconds. Awesome. So let's go ahead and I'll reveal the answer. So it's A. And why so? It's because GitHub provides forking functionality designed to allow you to work with projects where you aren't an owner or you don't have the right access to it. Forking makes a remote copy of the project in your repository that you can then clone locally to submit the updates to the target repository, that is the upstream repository or the main repository. You can submit a pull request to get your changes merged. I hope it was a fun quiz for you all.
Amazing.
It was
Awesome.
definitely a fun quiz. And if any of you have any doubts about the quiz as well, you could definitely ask them here.
Absolutely. So let's just go on to the last part of the session, that is the summary. So I'll just summarize what we have learned in the session. In this workshop, we learned about the key features of GitHub, including issues, commits, and pull requests. We also learned about how you can use Github.dev in this workshop. So you can communicate with the project community in issues, you can manage notifications for project events, you can create branches to manage work in parallel, and so on and so forth. So if you have any questions, just let me know. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions?
Any questions, guys? You could put it in the chat. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Okay.
I hope you all
So,
enjoyed the session.
yeah, you could still keep putting your questions. So thank you so much, Akansha and Tokir, for this wonderful session. We all learned about how to open a repo, especially using Github.dev, how to create branches, commit them, pull requests, merge them. Also, at the last, you told how to delete that. So you packed up everything in a single session. Thank you so much. And we would love to look forward for your next further sessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you all. Thank you all the audience for connecting out.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, going ahead with the next session. So, if you are someone who wants to get started with deep learning for computer vision using any of the popular frameworks, for example, TensorFlow, so this session is for you. So, deep learning for computer vision. We have Ritvi Mishra and Rohan Raj, who are both Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors, there for you for this session. Hi, Ritvi. Hi, Rohan.
Hello everyone.
Hey Tina, how's it going?
Hi Tina.
How are you all?
Super
So,
excited. I already learned a lot about GitHub, and now Rohan is going to be teaching me about deep learning. So, this is going to be fun learning on stream. I'm going to be asking a lot of stupid questions. So, yeah, we're looking
Mhm.
forward to that.
Amazing. I personally am also looking forward to it. So, yeah, over to you, Rohan and Ritu.
all right, great. So, I'll share my screen first. Then, let's see. Okay. Okay. So, am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, in today's session, we are going to learn about computer vision for images. Like, how do computers perceive images? How do they see it? How do they understand what's the content of the image? And for this, we'll be using TensorFlow as our primary tool. TensorFlow is a open source tool developed by Google. So since it's open source, anyone can use it, learn about it, make changes, and pretty much do everything about it. So with this, let's continue about how are we going to learn about it. So
So, the goal today is for me to be able to understand what comes on the screen now. So, I'm very, very new to deep learning, and I do not understand most of the memes except the last one. So, I'm going to let Rohan explain it this once, and then in the end, let's see if I can really understand why it's funny.
all right, okay. So before we deep dive into what we'll be talking about, it's necessary to have a basic knowledge about what are the terms which are associated with deep learning, how do we build a neural network, and what are the components of it. So the first thing which you're seeing here is wx plus b is less than 0 and next layer. So basically, a neural network comprises of several layers present in it. So there are three layers: the input layer, the hidden layer, the output layer. The input layer is where you put in the data. The hidden layer is where all the computation, the complex architecture and everything, all the neurons and activation and all the functions, convolutions. We'll talk about everything further are present. And the output layer is where you get the output. Like, is it what it is? Like, is it a dog? So let's suppose I've fed in a cat picture. Ended the my neural network is saying it's a dinosaur. So it does not work like that. So it should say that it's a dog. So the first layer here is you see that it's a ReLU written. So ReLU is an activation function, which is a mathematical non-linear function. What does this do? So it's like uh, let's suppose I have a neuron and it's giving me an output, but this output is an arbitrary. So we defined a threshold value. Like let's suppose if you cross zero point 0.5 for something, you'll be 1, and if you do not cross zero point 0.5, you'll be 0. That's the basic reference. So ReLU or any other anti-activation function helps you in identifying this, like the output which is given by this present neuron, is it a 1 or is it a 0? So this is the first part. Next is uh, initializing of weights and everything. So each neuron has some weights and biases associated with it. So what are weights and bias? So when you create a neural network, you randomly initialize some contributions, means how much they are going to contribute to the whole architecture of the neural network. So this is the weight. And for this this weight to not to be zero, because let's suppose if something goes to zero and you multiply with anything, it is going to be zero, it is not going to contribute anything. So we assign some bias. So this bias is very small, but it still needs, it ensures that the activation of this neuron does not go zero. So this is the part thing. So when you initialize your ML neural networks with all zeros, so you can see in the meme that Mojo here is crying because when you initialize everything to zero, you do not have anything. It's just a dumb neural network which keeps on predicting zeros and nothing else. And the last one, here it
I
is.
understand the last one. That's me.
All
That's
right.
the ML engineer I am.
All right. So, as Ritu mentioned, this is how you do. The most famous way of becoming an ML engineer, just go and do a TensorFlow course. No need to learn about the mathematics involved in it, because the mathematics is really difficult, I will tell you. Because if you loved calculus, if you loved linear algebra in your pre-university classes and everything, then you're surely going to love it. But if not, then it's hell of a nightmare, I'd say.
And please do not use
Okay.
me as an example.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
So, okay, moving on. Uh, so, what is computer vision? So,
That is a great question. So you know what? Before we move on, here's an activity I do when I know something is I ask the audience to tell the first thing that comes to their head when they listen to the term, the new term, right? I mean, this
computer
is a
vision.
pretty new term to me as well. So just to give you a background, I'm actually an embedded systems engineer, and I do not deal with algorithms on a very, very regular basis. So for me, computer vision is a plethora of terms just exploding in my head, right? I can see a camera, I can see a Raspberry Pi because that's how I work with computer vision, the only extent I've worked with. So, Rohan, how would I identify or, call something as computer vision? Because there are so many things that come to my head, right? There are frameworks, there are algorithms. You just spoke about like 1,500 terms I am going to be pestering you about. So how do you identify a system as a computer vision system?
So, let's suppose you have a computer system, and we all know, and the picture also shows clearly that a computer only understands zeros and ones. So, it
Right,
has no idea how it can read an image. So,
right.
to it, an image is just a array of pixels. Like, uh, and picture is defined by several arrays. Like, let's suppose if it's a 28 cross 28 cross 3 image, so this means that it has 28 rows, 28 columns, and a 3 depth channel. So this third depth channel is known as RGB, red, green, blue. And if it's one, then it's a black and white image. All right. So this is how it's been defined. So computer needs to understand what's the content of the image. So how does it understands this? It's done by the density of the image. So the pixel will value varies from 0 to 255. So this is how much density of a color is present, and then it tries to map out what's present in the picture, like tries to understand, like let's suppose if it's a cat picture, then how is it going to understand it's a cat picture in future, so that a cat has whiskers, it has the eye shape are different, it has pointy ears, and those are the things, those are the characteristics the computer tries to learn. So this is how computer vision is working,
So
like
a couple of
extracting informations.
So when you say density of an image, you mean when let's say I'm a layman trying to understand how do you say a image is better density is a better resolution picture, right? Something so why our photos from our phone camera are way more heavier than your old pixelated cameras? It's because they're more dense, right? Is that how you would qualify it?
So no, the density means, as I mentioned, 28 cross 28 is a very low resolution image, very low.
Okay.
Like, but when you go, you must have seen 1820 or 720 pixels of image density. So these are high resolution images. So this is how the density is defined. Like how much pixels is present in 1 cubic millimeter of the screen. That's the part. Now, how much do you fit it
Uh,
in?
that makes sense.
And yes, someone answered about that also on the in the chat.
Awesome. Awesome. So
So
one last question before we move on. Does the picture need to be a certain format for it to qualify into a computer vision system? So does it have to be a raster image, or can I take any type of image and run the algorithm, or will the entire system change based on that?
Uh, I'm not sure. Like, I have not tried with several types of images. I have only tried with PNG, JPGs. These are the two pictures which I have tried. But I guess there might be some options or some ways to convert it. TensorFlow does provide ways to convert one picture to another, or there's several ways of generating images out of text. Like, there's a picture repo present, which only consists of only numbers and digits. It does not contain a picture at all. So you'll have to plot it yourself, so that those numbers would have to be plotted and you'll be able to see the image. That's the part.
Interesting.
So
I think you can move on. I'll ask you questions later.
all right, okay. Okay, and as you mentioned, you're an embedded engineer, embedded systems engineer. TensorFlow does work on embedded systems. Like, TensorFlow has the capability of
I've
working
done
on.
M4TM. I told you I'm an ML engineer that way. I've totally run that. I have no clue what I've done, but I can run it.
All right, okay. So before we move on, general question: how many of you have heard about Prisma? The Prisma app, which was crazy. People were crazy
Oh
about it.
yeah, right.
So uh, remember, the we used to take our pictures, and the pictures would get transformed into some kind of cartoonish image, some type of other portrayal. So here is a picture of a dog, and here's a picture of same dog with uh, another artistic image transfer. So this is known as neural style transfer. So what does this mean is, you transfer the characteristics, some characteristics of one image to other image. So here the dog looks, the super cute dog looks great, and then we have transferred something to this, and it looks like a cartoonish hand portrayed image. So the original image which was used was a hand portrait, and this is a clicked image, the other one, and then using a neural style transfer technique, we generate this image. So this is how the Prisma was working actually in those times. All right, enough of the above part. Now let's deep dive into how are we going to do computers. Okay, one more slide left. I forgot. Okay, so applications of computer vision. So there's several applications. You can start guessing. The names are present. Can you give me examples of where these would be present? Have you seen? Tina, you can also try to guess it out.
Yeah, sure.
So
So
I'm guessing object identification would be used for the license plate thing that the traffic police has been trying to use,
okay,
or
Yeah,
would that
and
be object
object
segmentation?
classification might also be used while, we see in metros and everything where objects are detected there.
yes. Not classification, detection. The detection part.
Identification as well.
Detection part
Yeah,
works.
detection part, correct. Correct.
Yes. So detection part works. So similarly, there's classification. So similarly, if it's a cat or a dog, that's the simple
Hmm.
classification part. Then identification. Then let's suppose your mobile has the face verification app. That's it. It only opens when it verifies your face. So that's the verification and identification. Sorry, I can mix this though. Identification means identifies which person is present into it. Like, let's suppose it's dragged on. So Tina and Ritvi, you both are sitting. Then the camera would say this is Tina and this is Ritvi. And then there's verification, like, is it actually Tina or is it actually Ritvi? Then it only unlocks. Then landmark detection. Then there's segmentation. Segmentation means there's a picture, and then the network will map you out of the picture. It will draw a boundary around the object which you're trying to segment out of it. Then there's recognition. Then that's like you're moving the camera and it recognizes. Like, let's suppose when you open your face camera and there's a box comes around your face. So that's recognition. Okay, moving on. Now let's dive deep into the deep neural network concepts. So we'll be using the fashion MNS dataset examples. So these are like, this dataset consists of several images of fashion items, and these are really compressed and like low quality images, which are trained for specifically for example purposes, like for teaching purposes, and so that it would be easier for a neural network to train. And as you asked, like, what's the difference between density of an image? So if you have a high density image being fed to a neural network, the amount of time taken by it for it to train would be very huge. Like, it will have to crunch down large data pixels and everything. So this has become really time consuming for it. So moving on. Yes, it is. As I mentioned, the fashion MNIST dataset. It is a 28 cross 28 cross 1 grayscale images. So that's what it is. The one stands for. It's included with TF datasets, and here it looks colorful, but it's not actually colorful, as you'll see here in the next part. This is how the actual fashion analyst dataset looks like, and this is a picture of an enlarged boot. So you see that 28 cross 28 does not like look actually clear at all. But the neural network, what it will try to learn is it will try to learn the actual contours or actual characteristics, how to define it as a boot. So we'll learn about it. How does the neural network tries to learn it in the next few slides. So any questions till now? Anything?
I think there was a really nice suggestion earlier when we were discussing applications of computer vision. Someone said Google Lens, and that's, I think, one of the most beautiful examples
Most
of
beautiful example. Yes.
images.
Yes.
Again, see, I know I'm in that way.
So basically, computer vision AI is around our life, all around our life. We just
I mean,
do not
everywhere,
recognize
yeah.
everywhere,
Every
everywhere. So someone said, right, like you do not know, but the technology which you use is one way or another. It's AI. It's one way or another. Something that's it.
Which is
So
very funny because the other day I was in a lecture with my professor and she passed out in 94, 96, and she was telling us back then when they studied license plate detection, all of them, since they were students, they were like, they're just joking because this obviously does not happen. It does not exist. Obviously, India didn't have the technology to implement it then, and now we're telling that it's everywhere. So yeah, we've come a long way.
yes, yes,
I think
like
there is
since
still
technology.
so much more in the future. Yeah, we never know what is coming tomorrow. That's the thing which is makes it more
Self-driving
beautiful.
cars, Teslas.
Self-driving cars.
So moving on, pattern for more complex search. Generally, when you have only numbers, so as I told you, deep neural networks or any kind of algorithm uses mathematics as its background. So basically, linear algebra or calculus, some sort of. So when you, let's suppose you want to predict what's y is equals to mx plus c, this is a equation of a straight line on a graph. So this is the equation. Like, let's suppose you have two numbers, you have given x and y coordinates, and you try to predict the other values. So if you try to feed it to a neural network, what it will do is it will try to find out the best equation which it can match it with the with to plot out those lines. So that's a simple equation, that a simple complex pattern matching. So it's searching for a very simple time, so it won't take any time. Here it's a rather a complex one, because here it will have to crunch down the data through several layers, and then when it comes out it tries to plot everything, like gets threshold values and then tries to plot it to one section of the code. Like here you can see there's several output coming out from the 10 neural, like suppose there are 10 objects present in our data set. So we'll be having 10 output layers, and we'll find out the activation of the neuron which has the highest value. Let's suppose we have 10, and the output of this neuron here has, let's suppose, 0.75 value, and all others are very less than, like less 0.3, 0.4. So we'll pick out this value here, and we'll point it as a boot, because this is what it is considered as. All right. So this is how the mapping works. This is how you try to predict objects. You have the output layer as n number of objects as which are present in a data set, and then you take the uh, basic probability of how much the output is being predicted, and you take out the maximum. So the neuron having the maximum output is the given output, presented output. So moving to the next part, this is the code for a simple neural network. I do have a Jupyter notebook which I'll show you a live demo about this. So here you can see we have imported TensorFlow as TF, and then from the dataset, the Keras dataset, TensorFlow has an inbuilt dataset repository, so you can pull out several of the inbuilt cleaned and well-established datasets. And then we have loaded the dataset into two categories: training images and testing images. So here we are now trying to define our actual neural network. So TensorFlow has two methods of defining neural networks. One is sequential and one is functional. In a sequential manner, what we do is we stack layer over another. It's just like you have stacked a pile of plate in your kitchen, which you haven't washed for over a week. So these are the one stacking layer. So this is known as sequential layer. The other one is functional layer. It's like you can have multiple inputs, multiple outputs. So you're free to design your own way. So where the input comes in, input goes out. There's no restriction on it. But here you need to have a restriction of input and output coming and in a sequential manner. Then we flatten the images, as I mentioned that uh, we have image as an array, and then we flatten it into a 1D array, and then we have a dense layer of 128 neurons. So this is the hidden layer where the data would be passed, and then at the end we have 10 as the 10 number of images are present in our 10 classes of images are present in our data set. So we have specified it as 10 because so as I mentioned, each neuron will be activated and provide a certain threshold. So and this is 28 cross 28 is specified as the basic, like this dimension of the images. We have not specified it as one because one means anything multiplied with one will actually be the same output, so we did not specify that. Now, you see here the neural network.relu mentioned you. I mentioned in the earlier slides that relu is an activation function. So it's like it's associated with all the neurons, and they try to present some output. Like so it's like an activation function. So will this neuron contribute to the output or not? And then we have a softmax. This softmax gives you a probability value. So currently we have more than two classes of images, so we are using softmax. If we do not have if we have had only two, then we have used it as sigmoid. So there are several classes of activation functions which are present, and you can learn about those in on tensorflow.org, where the whole documentation is present. So these are activation functions are several present. Then we compile our model. So like we put this whole sequential thing into one bucket. Like how is this model going to learn about the images? So we have optimizer, then we have a loss, and we have metrics. So these three things are, the first is loss. It's mentioned as sparse categorical cross entropy. So you must have heard about Manhattan distance or Euclidean distance, like you measure the distance between two objects, 2 points on a given graph. So this is how similarly it is working. At the end of each step, a loss is calculated, and the predicted value versus the actual value is mapped. Like how much correctly I have predicted and how much the actual value should have been. Then we calculate the loss, like how much for distance we are doing. Then we go back in a neural network, and then we update accordingly, like update the weight accordingly. As I mentioned in the starting, the all the weights are random, so we do not have the actual idea about what's the accurate weight that would be predicting everything which we need. And you see the metrics, how do we evaluate that our model is doing great? So we need to have some metrics upon which we can evaluate it. So this accuracy matrix mentioned as accuracy is how we evaluate, like yeah, go on.
No, continue. I have lots of questions. So once you're done with this slide, I'll ask them.
And then we have model.fit, where we pass in the training images and also the training data. So this is a class of supervised learning, so where you provide the data as well as the output, and allow the model to train. And then once the model is trained, then you use it to predict. And the epoch equals to 5 is like the whole model will iterate through the whole data set 5 times. So this is known as epochs. So any questions we can.
Right. So starting from the data set, right? So you will importing a ready-made data set right now, right? So if I
Mhm.
were to make my own data set, is there any kind of data cleaning that goes on before I can use, say, 5 images I want? Of course, 5 is a very low number for a neural network, but if I were, is there any prerequisite for them to be similar on some level? Like, do they have to be the same size? Do they have to be the same resolution?
No, not at all. Like TensorFlow does have library built in. I'll talk about this in the next slides. So image data generator, it helps you to do all the things which you mentioned, everything. All right. Okay. Next slide.
Related to this, I also have one more question for you, Rohan. So,
Yeah.
when you're creating your own data set, is there something like you like just like how Ritvi asked about the size, that it has to be the same size or not? Plus, one more question adding on to that is there a particular number that you need to have these many photos, these many pictures for a good accuracy? So, is there a fixed number for a good accuracy, or it depends?
It totally depends. Like there's no fixed number. So in neural networks, there's a concept of overfitting and underfitting. So if you do not have enough amount of data, you underfit your neural network. So what it happens is, let's suppose you have exam tomorrow and you start studying today, and you have to complete a whole book, and you do not go complete the whole book at all. So you have underfit yourself, like you do not know all the concepts like they might come in the exam. So this is the concept of underfitting. Like do not have the enough amount of data, and when you go to predict, your model won't work correctly because uh, it's like it has not learned properly. And the other question is overfitting. When you have even enough amount of data, but the data is consistent, that it does not have variation as compared to the what it will be exposed to uh, in future. So overfitting does that. Your model will be performing very well on your training data, the data which you have specified it. But when it comes to testing, it won't produce work as good as it is working on that training data. So these are the two concepts. So the the amount of images should be like, let's suppose if you want to train 10,000 images to something around that would be a very perfect match, something like that. But if you have less amount of training images, then again TensorFlow has one library which you can replicate, resize, augment, zoom in, zoom out, change the scales, and produce a big data set for it. So this is how TensorFlow can help you do that. And again, and also it depends on the architecture of the neural network which you are using, like how well you have defined it, how well you have used your layers, how well you have used convolutions and everything. So this is how it works. So there's no restriction on number of images, but still you can keep it to a mid level, not too less, not too much,
Not too much.
because having too much of data takes too much amount of time and wasting resources, and it does not look good, right? And
Yes.
there's a question here: no difference between CNN and a deep neural network. It's will be moving to that section again. Like this is just the basic linear structure of the neural network. We'll be moving into the convolution neural networks next. So
Just
any
one last
questions?
question before we move on. So over here, we're flattening our data set to a 1D array, right?
Mhm.
So we are right now considering an image with a grayscale, right? It's a black and white image with one depth one. What if it's a RGB image? How do you flatten it to a
Still, it will be flattened. You multiply it with three, the given
ah,
products produce results, and it comes back.
and so just the 1D array will increase, right? The rest
Yeah,
of the algorithm remains the same. Got
nothing.
it. Awesome.
Perfect. All right. So moving to the next. The next is using callbacks. Why do we need a callback? Let's suppose you're training a model, and you feel that you're hitting an accuracy of 95% too early, but it's not performing well, and you want your model to stop. And you have specified, let's suppose, 100 number of epochs. So your model training won't stop until and unless it has completed 100 number of epochs, but it has reached an accuracy which you wanted to have it. Like here in the code you can see that we wanted to have a 95% accuracy, and it reaches in only 15 steps, but the number of epochs specified is 100. So it's no use of running 100 epochs and calculating it. So we can define our own callback functions which help us stop the training midway if we have reached a accuracy of 0.95, or say desired accuracy. So we defined it as our own class, like and it inherits from the tf.keras.callbacks.callbacks. So the inheritance function, we have passed it as the callback. We have passed it as an inheritance to the class, and then we create an object of it in the callbacks part. Here you see the callbacks equals to callbacks. We create an object instantiate here, and then run the model. So every time when we complete one epoch, and so this class is called back and the function is run, it checks if the uh, accuracy is greater than 95%. So if it's that, then the model will be stopped. So here self.model.training underscore. So we stop the model training. That's it, nothing else. So this is a really good way of saving resources and saving our time as well. Moving on. So this is the part. Corporate needs you to find the difference. Everyone knows the person who is present in this picture, I guess.
In case you don't, it's from The Office.
The
So, in case
office.
you also didn't notice, we have a money heist theme, and our homework is to figure out what the money heist theme. But
So
this is The Office.
the previous neural network, as good as it may sound, is very dumb. Like when it tries to learn about more images or it's exposed to a complex data, it won't be learning much. It won't be able to extract the huge amount of information which it needs to to be the best neural network out there. So basically that's why we're calling it as dumb. So what would happen is this neural network would be confusing between images. So that's why it's a dumb, because it would surely classify this 3 and 8 as 3 and 3 and 8 and 8 as 3. So this would come into case. So to overcome this, we need some more powerful tools which uh, come into which are present in our handset, and we need to use those. The first one is the convolutions. So how does this work? You can see this animated GIF here. A CNS typically works by extracting features from images. So what are features? As I mentioned, and let's suppose we have a dog image, and so how do you identify a dog? How do you perceive it? So since it's a dog, any ideas, like how do you think, like you characterize it's a dog?
So you basically figure out, like we discussed earlier, one has whiskers if it's a cat, a dog won't have whiskers probably.
Hmm.
One, and then of course then there are breeds of dogs. So, but basically that's one feature difference between a cat and a dog, I guess.
Yeah, shaggy ears, some the shape of the mouth, orientation, tail, and everything. Like there's some features, right? So we humans have learned about those dogs. Like as when we were a child, we did not know that this is a dog. Like in one shot, we could not have learned that this is a dog. Like if we were shown a dog and we were not shown it at all for a year, and then we when we came back and if we were exposed to it, would not remember it. Similarly, is the case with a neural network as well. So, but as a humans, we try to remember things with their characteristics. Like let's suppose, even in the while studying, we try to remember points. We memorize some of the context, and then we use those to build our whole story. That's the main point of it. So similarly, the neural network does this. Like when the images are fed into it, it tries to extract out features from it, like which features we defined it the most perfect way. So if it's a handbag, the handbag will have a this U-shaped ring, something like that, or a structure, something which would resemble as a handbag. A boot and a handbag have major difference, I guess. Like, yeah, I guess that's correct. Okay, so so similarly, tuxedo and a kurta, both of them will have different characteristics, different orientation. So how do we do this in a convolution neural network? So a CNN has a filter. Let's suppose here we have a 3x3 filter which is passed over the whole image, and this image is what it does is it maxes out, like it sums in the three figures. What it does is it creates one pixel of the summation of all the 3x3 pixels which it is computing. So here you can see when the pixel is being passed over each layer, it's creating one pixel subsequent to it, right? And it's summing it all over all the 3x3 regions and producing it in one section. So there are two types of filters: vertical filters and horizontal filters. So if you have a vertical filter, it will filter out all the vertical lines which are present in a image, and if it's a horizontal filter, it will filter out all the horizontal lines present. So filter out means it will highlight those and discard all the others which are not horizontal, and or it will discard those which are not vertical. That's the part. So this is how it tries to learn. So it will generate n number of images for it to help it to classify, like this is, yes, this is a cat, this is a dog. That's the part. So I hope this answers like difference between a deep neural network is an overall architecture concept, and CNN convolution neural networks are like a embedded section to it. Like you try to have um, you you have this simple idea, like uh, multi-layered sections, and where you try to extract information and everything. That's the part. And deep neural networks compromise of convolution neural networks. That's the part.
So Quick question, Rohan. Over here, the kernel, is it something that we're setting, or is it something that the again is being
Yeah,
generated numbers?
it's specified by this kernel is not specified, like these values are not specified by us. Like we can surely define our own person customized kernels, but if you use it as a TensorFlow, you just need to specify the shape of the kernel which you want. Like if you have a 3 cross 3, then that's the part 3 cross 3. That's it,
Makes
nothing more.
sense.
And moving on, so then we have pooling. So pooling is, as I mentioned, and you asked earlier as well, like let's suppose if I feed high resolution images into a system. High resolution images take up time, are very compute heavy, and they do not provide like they're not healthy for us to train, like take too much amount of time. So what pooling does is it tries to pixel down, like reduce the size of the image without significant loss of data, image data. It's like you must have seen I do not have a suitable example about it, but low density image, yes. uh, in earlier days we had that camera roll black one from where we shot, and then we used to have it cleaned out, right? So those black and white image, that film had the whole information, but it was not clearly visible, right? But once we cleaned it out, it was visible to us perfectly. So that's somewhat this pooling is doing. Pooling tries to extract out the generic information, and also tries to reduce the size of the image. So here you can see there are two types of pooling: max pooling and average pooling. So what does max pooling do is, like suppose I have specified a filter of 2 cross 2. So what it will do is, in those 2 cross 2 section, it will pull out the image pixel with highest density. So here you can see 050, 080. The first pixel being pulled out is 80, so it's a max pooling section, and in the other one is 31, the subsequent 90, and then another one is 95. So it's max pooling everything. So in the case of average pooling, what it will be doing is, it will average out all the 4 pixels and then put in the value. That's a part of the max pooling, sorry, average pooling section.
So I'm guessing average pooling will be kind of used to take out the background of the image to kind of clean up the data. Would that how it would work?
Smoothing out, I can say, smoothing
All
out
right.
everything, structure, and everything. That's the part. But both of them have other uses. Like there are times when you need to use one max pooling, and you when you need to use average pooling, and it generally comes with practice. Like when you need to understand when you need to use those.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay. So moving on to the next one. So yes, as I mentioned, applying pooling to images, it's clearly visible here as well. Like you apply a pooling filter, you pick out the maximum value, and you plot an image pixel here again. So 192 was the maximum pixel with the maximum density. So we plug it out, and then we create a one pixel. So here you can see that we applied a 2 cross 2 filter. So we had a 4 cross 4 image, like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 4 cross 4 image. The output of this filter will produce a 2 cross 2 image. So we reduce the image directly half without having much loss of data. So this will help us, our neural network, to learn faster, at the time still retaining the data of the image.
Kind of makes
Next
sense.
is dropping. Like what is dropping? So dropping helps us in, let's suppose you have created a very dense neural network and it's very huge, and all the neurons are not contributing perfectly as they should have been contributing while while during the training process. So this is big. So in this scenario, what we try to do is we try to switch off some of the neurons by setting those, by like, as I mentioned, a neuron having a weight as 0 is cannot do anything. So that's the part we try to do. We try to switch off some of the neurons while training. What this helps us in does is, it tries to help us in plotting out, like figuring out which of the neurons are working very perfectly, very fine, and they are giving us the desired output. There might be scenarios like we have created a very huge neural network, a very dense neural network, and we do not need that. So this is the part where dropping comes in. It works by randomly dropping some feature maps, so that the model doesn't learn to be over dependent on training images. Like it tries to switch off some of the features of the images. right? Like let's suppose there's 10 40 neurons present, and one neuron is associated with one of the features, so it tries to switch it off. So like let's suppose if when a next picture comes in and it does not have that feature in it, it won't be misguided, like it's not there, so I cannot classify it as a certain feature. So that's how we try to do it. We can use image augmentation to avoid overfitting, skewing. So as I mentioned again, you mentioned asked the question about like if you do not have the ample amount of data, so you can do this. Like image augmentation is the best way. Like you try to skew the image, like you tilt it something, or you flip it totally, or you mirror, zoom out, everything. This helps you in creating a variety of data where like this the features or something, things, contours and everything would be varying at different lengths. Like let's suppose we have the, as I showed you the picture of that dog in the first place. If I zoom in, it won't be visible, so it's almost like up to his nose or something like that, but like removing the background. So it's like that. Like we try to dislocate the contours or features in the image. That's how the neural network would try to learn.
So when you say for dropping, I think the best example would be like you mentioned, the purse having a handle and a boot not having a handle. So when it detects there's no handle, it will automatically remove the
Yeah.
classification possibility of it being a bag. Correct?
Yes, something like that. Like it won't, the neuron wouldn't be activated if there's no handle in it. That's about-
Makes sense.
So there's no
And
contribution,
by
and
the way, yeah. No,
yeah,
when you were
go ahead.
explaining the difference between a boot and a handle, we realized why you took up this data set to do the reference.
Okay, all right.
But in the same case, if we have the data set which includes without handle and handle.
That's how you confuse a neural network. You know that, right?
Yeah. Okay. So we have a couple of questions from the audience. So Kushal says, why is CNN preferred over ANN for image data?
So CNN provides, as I mentioned here, CNN provides you with several of the tools, like you have much customizations and ways to like I'm not sure how why is it preferred, like from the beginning, while I've been reading books and doing courses and everything, I've been using CNN. Haven't heard about ANN or everything, but I have generally learned about is uh, CNN provides you a way with a more complex, like more flexible ways of extracting your data or trying to train your data and gain insights out of it. Like for a convolution neural network or a CNN layer, when you provide a conv 2D layer, let's suppose, when you add it to it, you can customize your layer, like how your layer is going to behave and how you're going to extract your data. So, like when you write your own CNN layer from scratch in Python, you'll be able to customize like what is the characteristic that the data that the layer should be having, like what it should be extracting. That's how it should be working. So this is that's the part, like not sure, like I'll have to go back and look into it because uh, I've learned about CNN only itself. No, I hope that answers something.
Yeah.
Is
Awesome.
pooling necessary in CNN? No, not necessarily. Like as I mentioned with our bare simple sober neural network in the first part, we did not have anything. Pooling is just an cherry on top, like trying to have your neural network being perfect, like trying to have it make it something perfect, like it tries to learn better. It's like you are putting your kid into a higher, better school than the current one he's studying in. That's the point. That's it.
Great analogies, by the way. Rohan.
Yeah, I love the examples there.
Okay. All right. So should we move next? I think.
Yes, we can go on.
Okay.
So this image augmentation is the method how we could avoid overfitting.
Image augmentation is a method of about generating random images out of one single image. Like if you have only one limited amount of image augmentation means, in simple words, changing the orientation of the current image which you have. Zoom in, zoom out, rotate, flip, black and white, mirror, something. It's the augmentation, like how the image is being portrayed, which scenario it is being presented. That's it. So you generate, so if you augment something, if you zoom in, it's a totally different image, right? Like you being in one, having a background in it, and you, me, and when we zoom to your face, the background goes away. So it's a new image, totally, right?
Yeah.
So that's how it's working, right? So here it is, putting it all together, the convolutions, the pooling, the dropout, everything. We put it all here, right? And you can see we have a convolution neural network. So we have a conv 2D 64 neurons with 3 cross 3 filters, and then we have the activation. So we need to specify the activation, like what activation should we add. What, so it could be relu, it could be sigmoid, it could be sin x, not sigmoid, it could be relu, it could be tan h, anything like that, and you can go and explore about those. Then first one, then we have the input shape. So if you are specifying the convolution neural network as the first thing, you need to specify what is the input shape. So input shape defines what is the structure of the first layer which would be present in the neural network. Then we have the max pooling. So here what we are actually doing is, in each layer we are pulling out data or pulling out characteristics. Then we are not pulling out, sorry, we are in the convolution layer, we are uh, extracting characteristics. Then we are pooling. Then pooling means we are downsizing. Then again we are extracting characteristics. Then again we are downsizing. Then we are having a dropout. So like dropping out some of the neurons and everything. Then we flatten the whole output which is coming out of this max pool. Then through this dropout, and then we have a dense layer of 128 neurons, and at the end we have the output layer. So it's like the image of, let's suppose we have a bicycle here. So the bicycle has two tires, a seat, and axle support and everything, handle and everything like that. So in one shot, how do you look at it? uh, you look at it and you just recognize it by just, yeah, two tires, pedals and everything, it's a bicycle, right? How your brain conceives it is as, I don't know, not a like not a doctor and something, not have not done anything about neuroscience or something like that, but what I have learned is, like, it tries to create a mapping of images. Like, you're able to recognize different categories of bicycles in one go just by looking at some of the contours of one cycle. So be it a racing bicycle or just a simple bicycle, you're able to recognize it just by its two tires, a pedal, or just a long pointing seat, something like that, right? So that's a mapping which we have created in our mind. Similarly, the neural network does the same. It tries to, in each plot, in each dense layer depth, it tries to uh, filter out specific characteristics of the image. Like this here, this axle connects here. These are the horizontal axles which are present. So this is how the bicycle would be having this pedal here. This pedal will be present in the down section of the image of the bicycle. So this is how the bicycle would look. That's how it's being it differentiates about it. Okay, so let's move on to the next question. So this is a horses versus human classifier. So it has been generated by, uh, the reference is given for Lawrence Moroney. He is the Google AI lead at Google. So he's the like TensorFlow advocate. So he wrote this book from where I've written. So as I mentioned, Tina, how do we use image augmentation? This whole data set is generated using image augmentation and system images. Like this is not a click picture at all. This has been this is a whole totally computer generated images, like data set of code of it. So, and to your question, Ritvi, how do we like have the images directory and everything? Here comes in the image data generator. This data set is a directory. Okay, like when it download it, it is a zip file of only containing images in two separate directories. So it's tedious to like plot a data set with having which is having this, like, you take out every data and you plot it if it's a human, it's a horse, or something like that. And then again, all those have category. Here you can see that human is Sharon, Athena, then there's Sugar, Beauty. These are horses. These are just for name. That's nothing, something like that. Our main goal is if it's a horse or if it's a human. That's the question. For us, we can definitely classify that it's a horse or it's a human, but computer needs to learn about it. And this dumb neural network sometimes says a human is a horse. I'm not uh, not guilty for it. It's for the neural network to learn. It happens sometimes. Like if you have a horse in a completely green background and a white horse with only its backward hairs coming out, it classifies it as a human.
I'm
So
low-key feeling bad for the neural network with the amount of times I've called it dumb. So
well,
another
they were
question.
actually dumb, but we made them smart, I guess.
Okay, take all the credit you like, Rohan. But yeah, so over here, when we say training and validation data set, is there some ratio of the number of images? If I have say 10 images, will I equally put them in training and validation, or is will I prioritize one over the other?
So the general scenario, like general thing is, you keep an 80 to 20 or 70 to 30 ratio, for 70 for training or 80 for training and 20 or 30 for testing. But if you have a very small data set, you do not need to have that,
Training data
because
set,
no testing, you do not
validation.
need to have the testing validation data set, because if you you already have very small data set, and if you expose the data, the neural network, with even less, it won't be able to learn more, right? So that's how we can do that. Okay, so moving on next. uh, Keras image dataset generator. Here it is. Like this built-in data function for generating images out of the given directory. As I mentioned, the horses versus human dataset is totally a directory image. Like it has directory and it has images. So if you want to use it in a neural network, you won't be able to, because there's no way the neural network will be able to classify if it's a horse or if it's a human. So what this image dataset generator does is it generates a dataset out of the given directories. So it goes into each directory, plots out everything, then and then it creates a dataset out of it. So, and then this is the train data gen. Then we have flow from directory, and then in these parameters you can specify. So, like if you want to have a tilt of 0.5, if you want to have a zoom or something, zoom out, mirror something. So here there are several parameters which could be specified here. Then we have class mode equals to binary. Since this is a binary, means we have only two classes here: horses and humans, right? If it had been more, then we could have a sorry, that's the term I'm not able to get it up. Sorry for that. But
Yeah.
then again, we scale it by 255 because we do not want to have the image containing like too much of it. So here you can see that image augmentation part which comes up. We rescale. Rescale means we downsize it by 255, like making all the pixels, dividing by 255 makes it in a range of 0 to 1 to 0 to 1, right? And then we have rotation angle, we rotate it by something, then we have width shift range, horizontal flip, and everything. So this is used to generate n number of images out of one single image. So this is how you uh, increase your data set without having to go there and start capturing real human and horse images. Much tedious work, I guess. Okay, so we're done with that. Now, that was the part of convolutions, max pooling, dropout. Those are how you have a small data set, and you have ample amount of time to try and experimenting with the correct parameters which would be used to fix it up, like to build out a perfect neural network. But what if you don't? If you do not have the ample resources or ample time to build out a neural network? So here comes the concept of transfer learning. So transfer learning is like using others built neural network, like which the neural networks which have been certified that these are going to perform very well, and then we use those neural networks into our data set and try to generate the images. So here you can see this. It's like someone else's struggle or a calm when you use a pretend model in your project. So that's the part जहाँ हमारा सपना पूरे होते हैं वहाँ तो struggle शुरू होता है. That's the part. All right. So moving on. So this is how transfer learning works. We have some of the basically what you do is when you have trained a layer, you have trained a neural network, you have trained a model, you save it. This save neural network has its weights and bias fixed. Those get frozen. So the neural network has now learned that with according to this weight and bias, I would be able to generate a correct output. That's the part. Now, what if I want to have use this neural network to for my purpose, for my output and everything? So what we do is we unlock it at the end. As I mentioned, we have a flattened layer and then we have an output layer. You see that this is the layer which we add our own customized layer at the end. That's it. The above all layers are kept frozen, and no changes are made to it. We are only concerned with what the output should be. So currently, our horses versus human has two outputs. So we have put a two output neuron here, these two, and then we have three. We have added a dense layer so that we can have the actual like this. The other neural network might be having very huge dense layer. We could replace it with our own. So this is the output. So as I mentioned, we lock the above layers. We just create an input first, lock the middle sections, and we just unlock the last layer where we want to make changes, like specify what our output should be, what the how many output neurons should be, how what's the we like you can unlock as many layers you want. So that's up to you. But the general use case is you unlock only 2 to 3 layers from the bottom, and then you add your own customized layer. That's it. Any questions for this?
So I'm guessing this can be used in a more, is it my device is echoing?
No, it's fine. Go on.
Right. So maybe if a factory has smaller, like so example, we have a lot of data set from fashion, right, and we're kind of using transfer learning there. So in the end, if a shop only owns like two of the pieces, they'll use transfer learning to just detect the two things. Is that how you would use it, ideally?
Sorry, I could not get your question.
No, the question is, and I'm trying to understand how you would apply transfer learning. Like, so if someone's created a neural network, right? So why
Okay, yeah.
would I why would I want to drop out the extra features?
So extra features because the let's suppose I train a neural network which predicts 10 output. Okay, and your neural network needs to have a prediction of 2 outputs. So it won't work, right? Because 2 outputs and 10 outputs do not match to the data set which you're using. So at
Makes
the
sense.
end, you need to have the outputs changed. Like the number of neurons at the output layer should have been changed to two, so that the neural network predicts that there's the two categories of the data. Correct?
So, okay, so which is what I was trying to like, give an example. So if like we have a fashion data set, right, and we have a shop that only buys two of the items, they would use transfer learning with only two outputs because they only want to classify two things. Is
Yep.
that a good enough example?
Yes. Yes, something like that.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, if in the same case, if we want to increase or decrease our data set as well, that's how transfer learning also works, right?
Sorry, increase or decrease data set means?
The data sets, I mean, I want to have more number of outputs, the different
So
classifications in that.
so you
In the
increase
same
the number of
network.
output layers, right? You need to
Yeah.
increase the number of output layers here. That's the part. So
So
if you have
that's how
n
also
categories, then
transfer
you need to
learning
have
works.
n output layers at the end,
Mhm.
at output neurons at the end.
And would this work the other way around? Like if I have like two outputs and I want to apply the same thing onto three outputs, can I just expand it using transfer learning, or that won't work? It's always
Yeah,
one
that's
thing.
that was my question.
Okay, let's understand this from beginning. Okay, so transfer learning works by, as I mentioned, like training a neural network is very tedious. Like you need to figure out the exact weights, bias, and everything, which would be perfect, which would make up a perfect neural network. But someone has already done this tedious work for you. Like they have built out a very huge neural network to try to figure out using data set and everything, and they have find the perfect weights. But now let's suppose if you want to use those work into your own neural network, what you do is you import that neural network first. Then it has several layers. Those are logged with their own weights. What we actually do is, and I mentioned like there are three sections of a neural network: input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. We just need to change the output layer, right? Suppose
Right.
I trained the neural network, the first neural network which you are about to use with 64 images classes. So I will be having 64 neurons at the end. But you do not need 64 neurons, right? Because you have only two images out there, horse and humans. So you need to replace those 64 neurons with only two neurons. That's the main change you need to have. That's it.
Okay. So the data set really doesn't matter if it's a bigger data set or a smaller data set.
No, it does
Either.
not. It only depends, and like depends. Like if you use a data set with 64 images, use the same neural network, does not bother anything with it. Nothing as it is. As I mentioned, it does not remember, like, the neural network does not remember the characteristic. It tries to remember the weights and bias through which it was able to correctly predict the image. Okay, it does not remember the whole characteristics of an image and everything. So if the image change, the same weights and bias would be used to extract the characteristics of the image. That's the main goal, nothing else.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go ahead. If there are any
Yes.
questions, we put in the chat.
So yeah, that's the part. Inception V3 architecture. This is the, as I mentioned, it's a very huge, complex architecture for the Inception V3, and this is the code for how you use in, pre-trained models and everything, transfer learning thing. So here it is. Like you do this, layers dot trainable equals to false. Like for each layer you iterate and you make them false, and then at the end we do this. Like last layer output shape and everything. Last layer output equals to last layer output and everything. Mixed layer. These are some of the concepts which you need to do. Unlock the layers, add in your inputs, then you flatten, then you add a flattened layer, then you add a dense layer, then you add a one. Then this is number of neurons you need as an output. That's it. So
So again, the functions you used earlier were just because they made sense to that neural network, right?
yes, 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 yes.
Sigmoid that you used. All right, sounds good. This
So
slide is the back again just for me. I'm sure you all already understand. It's just to make sure that I actually understand the memes this time.
so you must be understanding this, what is happening in this picture, I guess now.
Yes, this is
Someone is,
basically making sure that we first identify the handle of the bag before we try and classify it, right?
yes, right. Like if you have a weight as zero, you do not move to the next neural network. You do not contribute for the next layer, right? That's the part. Just
Okay.
that's it. Okay.
Makes sense.
And this is why you should not initialize your weight size zero. And here it is, the best ML engineer.
That's me already. So we already decided that. Okay.
All right. So thank you very much. And if you do you have time? Like,
I think we have 3 more minutes that we can use.
yes, and Kushal P, fair to say that transfer learning helps in utilizing knowledge from previously trained models. Yes, perfectly. Like that's what it is. Like transfer learning means you transfer your learned knowledge from one model to another, from for one person to another. That's the perfect way of representing it. Like Ritvi learns something, she transferred it to me. Tina learns something, she transferred it to Ritvi. That's the part. The knowledge stays. The
It's
thing
an
which has been
extended
learned.
version of the original one. Yeah,
Yeah,
basically.
that's it.
Similar to Chinese whispers at this point.
Ah,
Yes.
yeah.
The next question
Yeah.
is, so should we go with the demo? Like I just have one demo present.
Yeah, we're just going to be running some Jupyter notebooks.
Just 5 2 minutes. Like I've written the code.
Yeah, we have 2 to 3 minutes more.
Yes. So I'm running this in Microsoft Visual Studio, like sorry, Azure Machine Learning Studio. So for to do that, like if you need spaces and everything, just go to machine learning section, machine learning part, and then you can host a space there, like machine learning studio there. Once you have provisioned everything, like specified the amount of RAM, the amount of GPU and everything which you need, then you will be able to launch the machine learning studio here. And then other section, you need to have specify a compute. Like when you come to this part, you need to have one compute section. So this compute is used for running your Jupyter notebook models or anything you want, anything related to that. Next, you can use it this part in either in VS Code or anywhere, pretty much anywhere. So now let's suppose this is our bare simple sober neural network. So I've started it. It started to train. You see that I've specified it for 5 epochs, and at each dot it step, it's showing me the loss, like how much loss it had, how much accurate it is going to be. So it was almost 89% accurate for me. So this is how the RBA simple sober network is predicting. Now let's suppose what was predicted with it. It predicted it as a 9, like ninth image in our data set. Here you can see that classification at 0. Because why was it predicted 9? As I mentioned, let's suppose I have a 10 neuron architecture, and you can see here, out of all these 10 sections, 10 points, data points in this array, the last, not the last one, almost. This is, I guess, 0. Yeah, starting indexed as 0. You can see here. This one has the maximum value, right? 9.5059. Using it as an uh, 0 indexed value, right? So the 10th value has the maximum output. So it is predicting 9 as the correct output. Then we have this early stopping and everything. So again, the training is happening. So let's just keep an eye out on how the accuracy improves. It's 89% here, and will stop for this. So I've just, out of reference, I made it as for 50 epochs because I want it to stop. So you can see here, as soon as we reach 95, I guess, I hope we reach 95. So I
So while
might.
we wait for it, is loss something like PID? Like we basically add up the loss to kind of improve the accuracy.
So like we measure how much loss we had, and then we come back. So the basic neural network, how it works is, it propagates forward, calculates the loss, then it comes back and tries to adjust its weight, like uh, how much more weight or less weight should I provide to this neuron, so that it is able to predict correct. So if the loss is more, and let's suppose increasing the weight is increasing the loss as well, so we decrease the weights so that the loss gets on decreasing. So this is a method of evaluating how your neural network is performing currently. Here you can see, almost at 33 epochs we stopped because we have reached the 95% accuracy, and we do not need to go further. That's it. So we have stopped at the 95%, and we are reaching 95% just by using the callbacks and everything, like running it for more epochs and everything. This is where we have added the convolutions, max pooling, and everything. This layer would take what I'd say more amount of time to run as compared to the upper ones, because it has more number of trainable parameters. Because as soon as you add one layer, the number of trainable parameters increase. So this is like, you see, for it to complete one epoch, it's taking almost uh, 22 seconds, and in the first instant itself it's almost 83% accurate, right? But in the previous one we saw that for even at 5 epochs we had only 85% accuracy. So this is how it does. And then this is the last one which we saw, the horse as human data generator. This is like, you generate the data, you have the image and everything, then you train it for all the things. We have drive it here. I've used RMS prop as an optimizer. There are several optimizers: Adam, RMS prop, as stochastic gradient descent with RMS prop and everything, something like that. So I guess this is all. See, the amount of accuracy which we are hitting at the even just at fourth epoch is 92%. So convolutions, poolings, and everything do add up to your layer. Do make your layer, do make your model very smart. So thank you. Any questions, or
No,
We
I
have
think
2 more minutes, so
that's
if you have any questions, you could put in the chat.
wouldn't pooling lead to loss of valuable information? Yes, it leads to loss of some of the valuable informations, but not much, because like suppose for a human face to be detected, the main contours of it are nose, eyes, and ears, or something like that. Does a mole does not lead to the uh, it does not contribute as much as our nose does, or the orientation of your eyes and everything do. So there's loss of information while we use pooling, but this is a genuine loss. This is a positive loss, which I'd say, because it helps your picture, downsize your image, and helps your neural network to train faster. it's completely fine if you do not want to use a pooling layer. Your image will be big, you'll have extra data, and that's it, nothing else. No harm in using not using a pooling layer.
Awesome.
All
So,
right.
if there are no more questions, we could wind up the session. Thank you so much, Rohan. Thank you so much, Ritvi. It was a wonderful session. I personally also learned many things about transfer learning, augmentation, which I also asked Rohan, and about the applications of computer vision, basically identification, detection. So, yeah, thank you so much, Rohan and Ritvi, for the wonderful session.
Thank you
Looking
for
forward
being a
to
good
have you
great
in the
host,
further
Tina.
sessions as well.
Yes, great.
Sorry, Rohan.
Wonderful to have. Thank you for hosting us for this session, and
Yeah.
yes,
And
great.
Thank
awesome
you, Rohan,
questions
for
from the
having
audience as
me.
well.
Yep. Thank you, Ritvi. Bye bye. And
Thank you. And awesome questions and interaction from the audience side. Thank you all. So going ahead, before going ahead, also talking about the cloud skills challenge here, whatever you learned and whatever you also want to learn, various technologies, you have a platform here to test your knowledge, to go through the modules, and also compete with the other students and people out there. So, cloud skills challenge, the link is in the comment section. You can go through that and join the challenge. Going ahead with the next session, we have Aniket hosting you all. So, hi Aniket. Thank
Hey, how
you.
you doing?
Good, good. How are you, Aniket?
I'm really fine, and the session is going really well. I'm enjoying everything.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for the next sessions as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah, over to you, Aniket. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dina. Cool. So, hey everyone. Uh, I'm Aniket Kumar Sana, the Gold Microsoft Launcher Ambassador, and I'm also the Cloud Intern at Rapid Circle. So, just a reminder about the Cloud Skill Challenge going on. You can scan this QR code, or you can go to aka.ms/msdevday and join it to complete all the challenges available there. Talking about the things which we are having in this session, we are talking about many new technologies, learning new skills. And as you know, the technology is into every field right now, be it researching or medical. And we have a really major eye issue called diabetic retinopathy, which generally damages the blood vessels, especially in the diabetic patients. So now we have Namrata, who with the help of custom vision and power apps will be developing a power app to detect diabetic retinopathy. Namrata is the Gold Microsoft Launchpad Ambassador, and she is also interning at KPMG Forensic CCS. Hey Namrata, you are on mute.
Hi Aniket, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Just reporting from 42 degrees Celsius from Delhi.
Cool. So we are excited for this session, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Aniket. So let's move with the session. Okay. Aniket, can you confirm if you could see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible.
So, hi everyone. I believe that Ritvi and Rohan pumped you with so many algorithms, just like transfer learning, neural networks. So, I'm sure that you are in love with AI and ML, but I'm sure you will also love low code platforms that would be taking you away from algorithms like hard coded person. But I'm sure you will love how we could leverage some app building and how we could leverage the low code platform to build amazing apps. So let's get started with my session. So I would be talking about custom vision along with power apps, and we would be focusing on how we could actually detect diabetic retinopathy. So this is actually a very good session for all kind of profession. For example, if you are beginner, if you are intermediate, or if you are even expert, I would definitely recommend you to watch out till the end, because I believe that I was also a beginner in the starting when I started learning about Power Apps and custom vision. So I'm sure that you will also learn along with me today. So prerequisites and resources would be very helpful if you start with my session. So prerequisite would be you should have a Azure account, and you would actually get some free credits to get started for what you are actually intended to. And you would also get free trial for limited period of time. And after that, you could also sign up for the Power Apps. For example, if you have intention to use your custom vision or maybe any service and then integrate to the Power App, then you should have an account for that. If you have organizational account, then it's okay. If you have school account, then it's okay. You should have an account, that's all. And after that, resources. These are two important resources that you should focus on before starting with the workshop. First is you should at least know what is custom vision, because custom vision is a part of vision service that is provided by Azure Cognitive Services. So you should have at least a basic idea that what is custom vision, and what is building, what is evaluation, what are the algorithms that actually happens. So you should have idea of all the things. After that, you should have idea of Power Apps, that what is Power Apps, or how we can build it, or what are the use cases that we could bring Power App into actions. So moving ahead, I believe that you have prerequisites or resources up to your mind. If not, then it's okay. I'm going to have a good session for you. Of course, that would be entertaining too. So talking about diabetic retinopathy. So you must be wondering, what is this high level term? I was also not sure about this. It's like I'm right now studying something related to biology, something stuff. So don't worry, it's just a term that is very simple to say, that it is kind of a disease which is caused into your retina, which is light sensitive tissue, and blood vessels are collated in your tissues. It is created at a bulgy shapes in your tissues. So this is very dangerous also, because we do not want people to suffer from this, because this leads to blindness, and it could also lead to color blindness also, or sometimes it doesn't give you symptoms. It will just damage your tissues, you won't even know that. So this is very very important thing to know. So my first recommendation is take care of your health, and do your eye checkup each and every year. For example, once in a year is very important for you, because eye is, it's like a sensitive part of your body. So I believe that you should be prepared with your health checkup things. So I have prepared a demo for you. At least you should have, that Namrata is not boring with your contents, stuff like PPTs or, very algorithm stuff. I don't want to bore you with that. So I wanted to jump into the actual demo that we would be building together in the session. So let's move in to the another part. Okay. Let's go with the demo part. I would give you the walkthrough of how actually Power App look like. So this is a Power App Diareto. I believe that people who are actually listening me right now are great fan of dark mode, because I am actually. And this is kind of a sample image that looks like real, for real. Because earlier also I was not sure that is it our eye really? Is it really? We could see our blood vessels like so large. Oh my god, I could see that. But this is it. This is real thing. So it actually have a pointer says that an eye disease caused by a high blood sugar, that was actually told by Aniket also, that it is actually caused for diabetic patients also, but sometimes it's not always for diabetic patients. It could cause due to any reasons. It's just a retinal issues. So we have another pointer that says that you could use camera to upload the samples, or you could just
Okay,
directly upload.
Namrata, sorry to interrupt you. Like, are you sharing any screen, because it isn't visible?
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So did you
Yeah.
see my previous part?
No, you can just give a recap, a gist.
Okay. Okay, so this was all I talked about in just 1 minute. That this would be our navigator that would actually talk about the next step, that would actually guide you to use the buttons, for example, camera button or for an upload button. So it would actually guide you if you want to use the upload one, that is, if you are directly importing the images to your apps. And then if you don't want to read the old stuff, you could simply just do skip. So, if you wanted to get started with camera part, you can do this camera thing, or else you could do the upload thing. So here in upload section, what you can do is tap here, you can upload any image, for example, any. This is all kind of samples for people who actually have diabetic retinopathy. Now let me add here and let me scan it. I am really hoping that it would give me the positive results. Aniket, just finger cross. Okay. So it's giving the positive results. It
Yeah,
says 99.67%. That means the sample which is having, it is actually positive. And you could just navigate back to your original screen again, and you could use the camera option to detect it live. Okay. This is the navigation part. You could do the skip part. This is all. This is the demo. We are actually focusing on the demo right now because we would be building it together. So moving ahead with the next part, I would say let's move to my presentation.
but the stats look like like scary. 99%. One should
Yeah.
really keep their eyes safe.
Yes, actually it depends on the data set. I believe that I haven't uploaded like lakhs of data sets, but I believe that
Right.
person who would be building in future for healthcare industry would definitely focus on that point someday.
Definitely.
So let's move ahead with custom vision. A lot of people are wondering what is custom vision and why are we using custom vision. First of all, you need to understand some basics. Basics would be Azure Cognitive Services. Azure Cognitive Services are actually powered by the Azure, which is actually giving you four types of services: vision, speech, decision, and language. It is actually giving you some pre-trained models in order to help you in the process if you wanted to build a business case, use cases, or business apps or business websites. It would be actually giving you the leverage to use their pre-trained models. And pre-trained, I would say that Microsoft has already built some models which is using large data sets, and you just have to drag and drop, you just have to use it. Even you will have the ability to customize it according to your business use cases. So if I talk about vision, it would give you opportunity to leverage the images, videos to have your model performing on. Next would be speech. Speech would be giving you, if you wanted to evaluate text to speech or speech to text, both would be perfect for that. Decision would be actually helping you in a use cases where you wanted to make a decision basis on the predictions, on the forecasting things. And the language would be focusing on the natural languages processing. Even if you wanted to focus on the entity recognition, even if you wanted to say that this a conversation happening in a list is positive or negative, that means sentiment analysis. It would definitely leverage the language service in sentiment analysis. So these are the four services which you should know. If you are not into algorithms, that these four services would definitely leverage you in order to solve the real life based problems. Because I wanted you all to please focus on yourself, like how you can become a change maker, how you can even solve the problems without even having the knowledge of algorithms, system, models, how you even can leverage your another languages. This is the right platform for you. This is the right platform to leverage the low code, because this would have the ability to take out the given models and just customize according to your needs. So this is where custom vision is a part of vision, because custom vision would work on the images where you could classify, you could label it, you can even deploy wherever you want. Power App is not just like the only thing which I am right now delivering into the workshop. You can even build a backend code where you could build your own app regardless of Power App. You could build it, you could just import the prediction keys, you could import anything from custom vision model Just bring it, just drag in, just make your own model. Don't focus on that this is the only thing you have to focus on. So custom vision would definitely help you to classify images. Images could be dog, cats, apple, bananas, any image you can focus on. It's just like you have to first identify what is your problem statement. First, identify problem statement. Second is identify how you can solve it. What would be the methodology? Is it really necessary to use machine learning? Is it really necessary to use AI approaches to solve that problem? If it's yes, then only focus on what would be the tools and technologies that would be helpful in solving that problem. Third part would be, if you are choosing the technology as custom vision, make a data set which would actually classify. For example, if you have to classify that whether it is an animal or not, you have to have the data set for dog, for cat, for another animal. You have to be prepared for whatever you are targeting to solve the problem. So I believe that have an approach even when you wanted to start solving a problem, that would actually level up your problem solving skill, but also the skill sets. Moving on to the next part, how classification works. It actually works on three principles, not more than that, because this is just a low code platform. You don't have to worry, oh my god, that this is taking too much time or this is taking too much books to read. It doesn't need that. You just have to focus on three principles. Three principles, as in, first is model training, second would be model evaluation, third would be prediction. Now, talking about model training, you have to focus how you can model, how you can train it, and how you can upload it, label it. For example, in the image given below, I have actually taken a next scenario that you are actually uploading your retina image, which is kind of dangerous, I would say. And there you could see that you could actually label it. Either it's positive or negative. You can label it because this is a part of training. As soon as you are done with labeling that it is either positive or negative, depending on your use case, you have to train it, and you just have to just upload your files. After that, you have to go forward for the evaluation perspective. Evaluation would be, as soon as you are done with the labeling part, you would be going under the iteration. Iteration means you are actually training your model depending on the data sets you have uploaded till now. You can either go with training 1, training 2, training 3. It depends on your pocket, because I have less money, to be honest, so I would focus on 2 to 3 trainings as of now. But of course, if I have 1 lakh rupees, 2 lakh rupees in my bucket, I would definitely go till 10 trainings. It's just like I need to make my model perfect if I have the cost. So don't worry about that. You have the credits, don't worry, go until you get the perfect model for yourself. As of now, I would say that this image is focusing on 2 iterations till now. 2 iteration is, one, we get another metric, second would be better metric for you. The more you train it, the more better you get it. That's it. So this is actually focusing on precision, recall, and AP. AP is average precision. Precision, it would say that how well it identify and classify the data. For example, if you have 100 images of dogs that were classified, but only 99 were correct. So the precision would be 99. Okay, 99%. Recall is, out of the 100 images of dogs, only 99 were classified. Okay, not wrong, not correct. Only 99 were classified. So your recalling power would be 99. Okay, that how well your model recalled that this is the image of dog out of 100. Okay. So this is actually recall versus precision, and AP is actually average precision, means precision versus recall. That is a curve which is showing you the average. So we have to bother about three of the things. Don't just focus on precision. Don't just focus on recall. Each and every factor, matter. Now let's jump into the prediction part, because this would get so lengthy for you. Prediction is just, you are done with your model, you are done with training, you are done with your evaluation part. You just now have to use that. Just pull out your prediction things, just pull out your model and use it anywhere. You can even hand it over to your friends that, hey, I have created some model, just go, just take it, just use my keys and just build anything. Just kidding, to be honest. Don't share your prediction key with anyone until and unless that person is authorized by you. Okay. Okay, so I have got a notification that let's create a custom vision model. Don't just waste time making people bored. Now let's go ahead and make custom vision model. So Aniket, how well you are enjoying this session?
I'm enjoying it. I just have a small query. Like, should one be
Yes.
really proficient in ML AI to get into custom vision? Because we are training the things and we are using almost all similar terms related to machine learning and stuff.
Yes. Yes, that is a very good question. The only thing I wanted to say is you should have an introductory knowledge about AI and ML, not into, you don't have to focus on a variety of algorithms in detail, that how is it trained, how is it built. You should have a prerequisite, that is just a fundamental knowledge of each and every algorithm. For example, if I say that neural network, you should know that what is neural network. If I say
Okay.
supervised learning, you should at least know what is supervised learning. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that you should have a deep down knowledge of how many clustering are formed in supervising learning. What is that? You don't have to focus on that. As soon as you get into deep things about supervised learning, you go deep building things, then in the path you will get to learn that thing. Until and unless that's not a need, don't do that. But yes, you should have an introductory and basic fundamental knowledge to get started with, because you should know that what is a solution that you have to propose in order to give solution. So you should have a
Right.
prerequisite of.
So basically, you are saying that do not need to write any code to train the models.
Yeah.
That's
Isn't it?
beautiful, right?
That is a beauty of low code. It says
Yeah.
that you don't have to write if and else statement to write a for loop, that if I is equals to 0 till 10 100, you don't have to do that, because
Right.
people focus on complexities, optimizations, and there they fail because of optimization issues. So there they leave that CS. They don't want to get into that I'm not doing that, I'm done with this because my code is not running due to errors. So there are people who wanted to solve problem, but they fear due to thousands of lines of code. This is
Right.
the this
Okay,
is the
so
reality.
custom vision is basically to train the models to so that we can identify anything using the pictures, right?
Yes.
So we can use anything. It need not to be eyes only.
Yes, eyes is eyes is not just the only thing, I would say. I know that it's pretty dangerous. Just seeing the
Yeah,
blocked blood vessels just in front of your eyes. You could even classify the species of cats, dogs, bears, whatever you want. Even fruits. Even you could focus on recyclable materials. Even you could focus
yeah,
e-commerce side. You could focus on hospitality side. You have numerous business cases, your even personal cases also. Even if you wanted to help in the banking sector and wanted to just get the data from the forms that have been filled by the clients or users, you could just directly use their keys, like the APIs that you have built. Just get the data and present it to see how well I have got the data. You just don't have to do the manual work. You could cut down that and give that into an automation. So automation would be a primary concept that is actually happening.
the beauty of low code.
Yeah, the beauty of low code, I would say. People would definitely learn it. If they are switching from one profile
Definitely.
to another, they would love low code. If they are in
Yeah,
love with low code, they would definitely then dig more for algorithms. Otherwise, they are saying we need to put full stop there at low code. That's it. That's it for now. We'll think later.
yeah. Cool.
So
Let's
let's
move ahead with the sessions.
Yes, yes. So let's move ahead with Azure portal. That is very important. So I believe that people would definitely have a account whenever they start this. Okay, we have to focus on Azure service. So that is custom vision. So we would click on custom vision. That is a
Okay,
part of cognitive
just yeah,
service.
coming up.
Yeah,
The screen is on. Yeah, it's on.
yeah. So I told
Yeah,
you
it's okay.
earlier also that custom vision is a part of cognitive service, which is very important for you to know. And we would just start with create. And let's see. Okay. So we wanted to utilize this characteristic for prediction also and for training also. And I believe that I have this Visual Studio Enterprise subscription. I would go ahead. And if you are heading with your free trial credits, you would have a different level of subscription. And now for resource group, I would definitely wanted to create a new one because I prefer individually every resource for every project that would customize and personalize my way of working. So I would write here PR103. Okay. So it actually show you the suggestion that it's applicable. And moving ahead to the instant details, you should actually focus on your region. So my nearest region would
Yeah.
be Central India, that would be focused. And here I could write any name. I would right now give it as DR. mm, I would say demo 103. Okay, okay, okay. Sometimes it happens. Okay, it
Already.
happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gives you suggestions because you are too
Yeah.
fancy to idealize your perfect name. Sometimes it happens. Okay, I wanted to focus on standard tier because I would be preferring 10 transaction per second. 10 transaction per second means how many features you are using per second. After that, prediction pricing tier would remain same because we don't want to make a mess in this. Right now, let's move with review plus create and hoping that deployment would be successful. Okay, let's hit create finally. And as a matter of fact, you would be seeing some personal details like predictions key or any kind of key that would be removed as soon as this project get deployed. So don't worry, you cannot reuse again for your personal use or costing me anything. Okay, let's move ahead with okay. So deployment is in progress. We have to remember some of the details. You would definitely need it in the future. And in future, I mean
Yeah.
just a minute. So we could say that deployment is in progress. Okay, deployment is
It's done.
complete. Congratulations. Okay, now let's move ahead with the next part, that is deep dive into custom vision. Custom vision, as in the main site. Okay, this is a main site that is customvision.ai. Here you would be actually building up your project. It is not just you have to build related to diabetic retinopathy. You could build any project. So please don't get nervous when you see this dangerous images. Okay. So let's get started with your new project. Okay, new project means new name. I would be right now giving fancy name, but I don't want to. So Aniket, what name you would prefer if you want to?
Just simple, like you are using DR diabetic retinopathy underscore demo or maybe underscore really dangerous.
So what kind of a name you would prefer?
Yeah, go for DR demo.
Okay. I hope it's not taken.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, I am using this same description. Here you
Yeah,
have to choose whichever you wanted to choose. Let me see if that is created. Okay, your deployment is created. Hmm. Okay, you wanted DR resource or DR prediction, whatever you want. Let me refresh my site and
yeah.
see if my resource has been reflected. Hmm. Uh, okay, let's rewrite your name. DR demo. Yes, so it's been reflected. DR demo 103. Hmm. This was the instance we created. I hope you
Yeah,
remember, Aniket. I told you you have to use it
definitely.
later in future. Now the
Yes.
future has come. So you're actually, right now using for classification because you are not using any object as of now. And after that, you would be preferring multi-class because you are not multi-labeling. Multi-labeling is multiple names per images. We don't want.
Okay,
We want
got it.
single name for single image. It means that if you are saying that's positive, that means single name for single image.
Right.
After that, domains would be general, and just hit create project, and let's see. Okay.
Loading. Is frozen. Okay, so there might be some technical issue from Namrata's side. So, meanwhile, do you have any questions? You can put them down in the comments below. And I hope you all are enjoying the session because I'm really loving it on like
Hi,
creating
Aniket.
the things on custom vision. Okay, we have you back.
That is a very obvious thing which I was not expecting right now, but happens.
Yeah, it sometimes happens, especially when we require the things.
Yeah. So let me share my screen again and let's see if you remember what I did just 1 minute back.
Yeah,
Hmm. So I hope you remember what I did. So do you
yeah,
remember
we
that
were
I created
creating
a
the
project?
project. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So
We
my project
created
has been.
DR demo.
Hmm. And that's the name given by you because if I was
Yeah,
giving it, I would definitely prefer some fancy name that wasn't applicable to this project. Okay. Let's start with the first phase that is modeling. And let's hit the add image icon. Okay, I have prepared a folder which would help me in the training phase. I'm actually opening this and selecting all images and hitting OK. So for right now, I have 15 images as of now, and these are the healthy images of eyes. That means that person are not having diabetic retinopathy. They are safe, just like me, Aniket, and all other speakers right now, and of
finally.
course the audience.
Yeah,
And let me tag it as positive. Oh, sorry, negative.
negative.
Uh,
We are safe.
I was about to tag all as negative and leading you to all diabetic. Okay, uploading 15 images. Yes, it's going. I hope my
It's
internet
uploading.
connection are in like they're friends. I hope.
Yeah, yeah. Don't worry.
Okay. So it's a three-way
So
process. Just
uploading.
like we have to add tags, then it's uploading and the summary, whatever images have been uploaded.
Okay.
And you would also get to
Yeah.
know how much images you have uploaded till now and what are the tags given. Even you have the opportunity to delete it if you don't want that particular image with a particular label, or even if you have uploaded by mistake, you could do that. You have the capability to play, to do anything with your current model. So yes, it's
That's
taking
awesome.
time.
Yeah, sometimes
Okay.
these things takes a bit time.
Yes. So Aniket, how much images you are expecting from me in positive label? 15 again?
At least
So,
15 to 30, I guess.
okay, random guess. 15 to 30. Okay, any more guesses?
Yeah, let's have some guesses from the audience.
Yes.
So, what's the decent amount of pictures one need to upload to get the things done?
Hmm. That depends. For example, if you have a business use case, I would prefer at least 1,000 images for per label.
Okay.
Okay. And if you have a academic project, then I would say 500 to 700 would be good. But yes, for business cases, 1,000 is minimum. You have to go more and more in order to have a precise
Yeah,
model.
Jatin is saying that we need to be negative. We don't want to be positive in this. So we have few suggestions
Nobody
of the
wants
number of
that.
images. Jatin is saying 15 to 20.
How many?
Akansha is saying 30 to 40.
Oh my god. 30 to 40. That's a very challenging thing for me to collect because
Yeah,
nobody wants to
definitely.
give that. And we do not hope to collect these type of data set from India or from any parts of world because we do not want anyone to get detected with positive label.
Definitely. Okay, so we got
Hmm.
some error, I guess.
Yeah, that's I guess my internet connection issue. I would say let me
Yeah,
refresh it again because it's just a matter of
yeah,
two
sure.
seconds. Internet is not
Yeah,
cooperating. I can see. Doesn't matter. I'll do that again. Ah, yeah. Okay. Let me do quickly.
so Jatin is saying that it takes all the time whenever we
Looks
need
like
to do it fast. We can agree to you, Jatin.
that is so relatable fact.
Yeah,
Looks like it's not taking my internet into my good side today, but no
yeah,
worries. I would switch to the another
it
part.
happens.
I would switch to the another part. Hmm. I would switch to another part for your reference because I knew it would happen. Let me take you to my backup. Hmm.
Yeah,
Backup. So this is my backup. Okay. I actually trained images, but for your reference, I would show you how I uploaded. I actually added images and then hit the train button. And as soon as I hit the train button, it got trained. And after that, I could do a quick test also. Looks like my internet is not working properly. Mhm.
the things are coming up maybe.
Okay. So from my previous model, I would say I actually uploaded 52 images. So your predictions were wrong.
Negativity rate is higher, and that's good.
Fifth positive is just 39, which was not guessed, right?
Yeah. No,
Okay, so
Akansha, I guess, guessed about 30 to 40.
really, okay, so Kancha is the winner.
Yeah.
So, so as soon as I trained images, I would definitely hit this train button. Okay, and after that, what I'll do is I could quick test that if that's working or not, what I can do is I could either upload the image URL or browse local files, whichever I wanted to.
Yeah.
For example, I wanted to um, take this part, take this part, and check if that's working. And it's actually detecting if the model is being worked. Okay, so it says that 96.6% it's positive. So my prediction model is been working fine. So as soon as we are done with training and testing, we would publish it. You will get the option to publish it.
Okay.
And as soon as you publish it, you will get the option that what is your published name, what would be the classification type, and what is your iteration ID. All the required information you will get here.
Okay.
And after that, and after that, you would be you are done with your custom vision app. So moving ahead with my presentation. Hmm. So So next part is introduction to Power Apps. Power Apps is a kind of a, I would say, a very huge minar for services, apps, connectors, because this would actually give you the ability to add your tool to serve the custom applications, to serve your use cases in order to solve any problem. I would say that it is a kind of a app that would be giving you, but Power Platform is a platform that would be giving you four types of services, that is Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, and virtual agents. Power BI is actually used for visualization of data analytic part. This is actually giving you the dashboarding. It was actually giving you the sites of what data looks like. Power Apps would be what I'll be teaching you today. Power Automate is actually giving you the opportunity to automate your work through workflows, through automating some tasks, some predefined tasks. And then next is Power Virtual Agents. It would definitely help you to build chatbots. It could definitely help you some automate some applications. So Power App is actually the one which we will be working today. We would be actually using connectors as in custom vision would be our connector for today, and data platform we will not be using it, but services would be our, that would be a surprise. I will not speak anything. And let's create our own Power Apps and move ahead with the next part. We will be deep diving to our Power App. That is a main and exciting part for low code people. So let's move ahead
Okay.
with the
So just a question, like, is Power App similar to the like Android and iOS apps?
Android IO apps. What are you saying?
Like Android and iOS apps, like the
Yes, it's
normal
kind.
apps, native apps.
Yes, yes, kind of that. The only
So we
thing
can
required
publish it
is
over.
yes.
No, like we can publish it over the App Store or Play Store, and one can download it from anywhere. Like, is it like that? Is it like similar, or it is different?
No, no, no. You cannot publish it that way, but you could publish a URL that is customizable URL for your public for your app. That could be a public one or
Okay.
can be a private one. You could share with your friends or colleagues in your organization or in your school or in your work, wherever you want, but not that
Okay.
particular Android app, not that way. And the one thing you would be needing is the subscription, because you would be using
Yeah.
the services. For example, for
Right.
custom vision you would be needing subscription. As of now I have organizational account, but there might be a situation that people would be having a work account or school account, so subscription
Yeah.
matters.
Okay. Got it.
So let's move ahead with Power Apps. So this is a basic Power App. It actually gives you the opportunity to either create from very scratch or either use Dataverse would be a source that would be taking from outside world. And you could also from use from Excel, SQL, SharePoint. You have the opportunity to create from any source, but right now we would focus on blank app. And blank app would be giving you three features, that if you want to build a website, if you
Namrata,
want to build.
just a minute. Like your screen is not up yet. It's coming. Yeah. Now it is there.
Okay, thank you. And after
Yeah.
that, as soon as you wanted to create an app, you could focus on blank website from Dataverse or blank canvas app. So now I would teach you how to create from a blank canvas app. So let's create an app from a phone perspective and let's hear their demo. Okay. Okay, if you wanted to give a fancy name, but I'm not allowing you right now. After that, let's get started with building Power Apps. So it's giving an option, create a form or create a gallery, but we don't want to. We're just skipping this part. So we are
Yeah.
heading with the first screen. The first screen would be that if you wanted to use a camera, that is live detection, and live detection as in if you wanted to create a channelized flow from your microscopic device to your Power Apps. If that integration is possible, you could directly detect from live images from Microsoft. So I would add camera here, and there the camera screen would be there. All right. Trust me, I don't have any fancy background as of now. So please. And then you are creating a button, and this button would just stay still. And after that, the most important factor is connection to your uh, connection to your add in. So I wanted to use custom vision. Okay, let me. Okay, connectors. We'll go to custom
Yeah.
vision. Here we'll go custom vision, and we would add a connection. And here for the prediction key, I would add the prediction key, which is given to my the model which I actually trained earlier.
Yeah.
And there I would go to my prediction key. I don't know if you could see my screen.
Not the switching part.
Okay.
Okay, so we are having a basic question like,
Hmm.
do we need Office 365 for Power Apps for creating and using it?
Yes,
Okay,
because you should have a account there, no? That's why.
got it.
Okay. I would be saving time, and
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
prediction key I have pasted. And for the URL, I would say that uh, hmm, looks
So
like
we
my
are
internet
getting
is
both the
slow.
details from the custom vision portal, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay. Hmm. Looks like my internet is slow. Okay. Let me add a site URL. This is very important. And this is a DR demo prediction that is using.
Yeah,
So let's do a connection. Hmm. So connection has been done.
yeah,
Okay, so connection has been done. So let's move ahead. We would be getting button one and camera one. So talking about camera, whenever you have a camera, you would definitely want it to detect and predict. So talking about this camera, we would be focusing on the advanced characteristics, and there we say that on selecting this camera, some code needs to be performed, and that code is not just like a for else loop. This code would be very simpler. This would be calling clear collect. This clear collect would be actually storing your images and giving you the response in the form of that if that label is positive or negative. So clear collection is an existing collection as it say. So in that parameter, I will write new name. After that, this classify image would only show if you have successful connection to your custom vision. So
Okay.
if I see custom vision dot classify image, and
Yeah.
this would be targeting three parameters, that is project ID, published name, and the file. So project ID, I would still go back to my what do you say, my custom vision model, and then copy paste my project ID, and I'll come back to here in order to save my time. And there, and this would be in string, so don't forget and don't make errors that this is not in string. And the second part is that we have to write publish name. This is also uh, related to string part. So in this, we would go to the performance, and there we get the model name, that is dr model. So here we write dr model, and dr model. After that, from which source we want image. The source is camera 1. So we would write camera 1. Here we get the recommendation camera 1 dot photo. And there we are good to go with predictions. See, this is just a small piece of code. I am really loving this. Just a small piece of code. I'm totally loving it. So we are done with the small piece of code as soon as we click on this camera. All right. And after that, we would be seeing vertical gallery that would give you the ability to add how you wanted to visualize. So I wanted to add this collection camera call. What it does, it actually takes one thing, that is capturing the records, and then giving back the response aligned with the services you're using. For example, if I'm using this image, that is diabetic retinopathy, I wanted to showcase that this image is positive or negative. So there, this is used, title versus subtitle. Here, it's just that how we visualize it. And there we go back to our gallery, and there we focus on title. Says that if you wanted to show the tag ID, but I wanted to let you know that what is the tag name. And if you get the recommendation, then only use it. That means you are going right. And for the subtitle, focus on the probability, that what is the probability of the model you are using it. For example, I wanted to use it, so I'll write the code. That's not a code even. This is just a beauty of low code, I would say.
Yeah.
And there I'll multiply with 100 because this would give you the percentage. And after that,
Okay.
how much decimal places you wanted to see. For example, I wanted to see till 2. I will write it 2. And after that, if you get the percentage number, then after that, what you're going to see? You will see the percentage sign. For that, you just need to add this percentage sign. That's it. That's just the code, not even code. So this is just a screen one. All right. I wanted to create a new screen, a very quick new screen. This is
Yeah,
so,
actually, we need to be a bit quick because we are running short of time.
yes, yes. So for screen two, I would just give you uh, add picture. For add picture, you will get the opportunity to add the picture from your devices, and after that you will get two buttons. First one is for scanning, and here you can write scan, and you just have to copy paste the same code which you have written earlier. So this is not even a big deal. Okay, I hope it copies. Yes. Okay, good to go. So we have gallery call. We would definitely target another resource in order to capture their images in another collection, that is gallery call, and we would same using the id and model name. The only thing that matters is we use the different source of image. For example, here we don't want to focus on camera, we wanted to use uploaded uploaded image one. Okay, and rest everything remains same. And this is on scan button, not on tap or click add picture. You have to make sure that you are actually using the code on right placement. This is actually on select on this button, scan button. That's it. And last, you would just have another screen, that is just a new screen. You could just tap on any template you want. For example, if you wanted to use this template and delete this image and add yours, and you could select even what are the images you want. So I wanted to select something less scary, and after that, yeah, yes, pretty good to go.
Yeah.
And there you could add button just to navigate to your other
Start the ad.
screens. You just add your button. It will help you to navigate to the next screens. That's it. The first screen would be for camera, the second screen would be for upload. And the only thing you have to write is just a screen name. That's it. For here, I would write navigate screen once. See, it
One.
shows me the recommendation also that you are going good. And in the next part, you have to write navigate to screen. Okay, perfect. We are good to go.
Yeah.
We are good to go. So let's review it, that whatever we have built, and really hope that it worked fine. Let's go to the upload section and let's add an image. And what kind of image you want, Aniket? Just maybe.
Not like not positive, but we need to check the things. We need to get the positive image.
Okay, let's add this less scale. Okay, let's scan it.
Yeah.
Okay, hoping I didn't add that gallery part. I almost forgot. So let's add a gallery part here. Hmm, for this script. It's just a quick thing. We would be using the gallery column, the gallery collection, I would say, and quickly choose it. And there, you just have to write two things. That's it. Hmm. Okay. So this is giving you the probability. That's it. Okay, what just happened? Looks like the prediction key has expired. Hmm.
Oh, but we need to hurry up because
Okay, yeah, I
yeah,
understand. So, okay,
we
I'll
have
show
very
you the
less
quick.
time.
Yes. So finally, the only thing required is that you have to put in the key which is not expired till now. Otherwise, we are good to go. We are done with the screens. For example, screen one, screen two, and screen three. That's it. And you just have to drag it up, drag it up, because this would be your main screen.
Yeah.
That's all. And just see a review that, okay, this is upload section and this is a camera section, and you are good to go. You have built your first app from Power Apps, and you have
Yay.
successfully used you have successfully used your custom vision and all that stuff. And I'm really happy that we built together, Aniket.
Yes. Finally, we built something.
I actually took a lot of time, I guess. Just my net.
Okay, so just to summarize the things, we first use custom vision to train the model of our eyes, and then we use the keys and the URLs to train our Power App so that we can upload the image to segments, right?
Yes.
Awesome. It was amazing.
Thanks, Aniket. I hope that audience have enjoyed the session, and they could even try it just
Definitely.
like me. And they could even see that how we could leverage the custom vision into the Power Apps. Even if you don't have custom vision, you could use speech APIs, you could use even decision APIs, you could use any services provided from Microsoft and use it in your Power Apps. Even you could use external sources also. So Power App is
Definitely.
individual entity, I would say.
Low code is love.
Beauty of low code is something
Okay,
different.
so the session was well and audience loved it. And just a reminder to you all that you can go to aka.ms/msdevday to go through the Cloud Skill Challenge and learn everything which you are learning, okay, and to skill up. So thank you, Namrata, for this amazing session. We really loved it.
Thank you, Aniket, for enjoying and learning with me.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So
everyone.
now we are having Vivek Sridhar, who will be hosting the next session and will be with you throughout the session to guide you and to just ask your questions with the speakers. Hey, Vivek.
Mute. It happens. It happens. I'm on
Yeah.
mute.
Yeah.
So I was on mute for a long time. Yeah. How's the session going on? I
It's
know that you
going
enjoyed.
awesome. We all are loving it.
Yeah, I've been in the back end, listening to all the sessions, GitHub.dev, deep learning. Now this was amazing session on Power Apps integration with custom vision and other things.
Yeah.
Great. So let's move on. I know it's evening, 7 o'clock, last session. It's going to be tough. I'm going to invite the next two speakers. By the way, I'm Vivek. I'm part of the Microsoft Senior Cloud Advocate, Cloud and AI Engineering team. Let me introduce rest of the people, right? So let me bring them in. Ankit, thank you for the hosting as
Yeah.
well. Hey, Divanshu and Bhavesh. How are
Hi
you?
Vivek, hi Devanshu.
Hey Vivek. Hi everyone.
All prep, all prepared.
Yep.
Okay, let's start.
Let's
Uh,
get
Okay,
started.
so
how's the day going, Vivek?
it's going good. See, I'm enjoying it, and I've been learning a lot of stuff. And hey, Bhavesh, by the way, I was just reading through your LinkedIn profile. Do what is that? NGO Gate.
It's to
Do
NGO8.
NGO Gate. Do NGO Gate. What is
Yeah,
that? Like, just give me a
it's a
intro to that.
startup I'm working on with my friend. So the name basically comes from Donate plus NGO. So what we are trying to do is create a network of trusted grassroots level NGOs, so that people can donate without worrying about their money, whether they donate to a verified NGO or not. Often, what happens is that whenever we donate to NGO, we often donate to those about whom we have heard about from our friends or some other person. So we don't know whether that NGO is tested or not. And one thing is this, and other is that we are working with grassroots level NGOs, the NGOs that we believe are small in scale and which work for the problems at a root cause. So such NGOs often don't get much funding and all. So yeah, we're working with them, and so this is all
That's
about
good.
it.
By the way, you're in Dehradun right now.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Oh, fantastic,
I'm based in
fantastic.
Dedhun.
Yeah, and Devanshu, you're in Mumbai.
Yep, I'm from Mumbai.
Okay, so yeah, I was just seeing your profile as well, man. Like it's you're too young. Okay, perfect. Let's get started. We are here to discuss about serverless and Azure functions and various things. And of course, I'm going to stop you wherever there is a questions I have. I'm going to stop you for sure. Like the way I discussed with you yesterday night. I know that you spent almost whole night yesterday to prepare for the session. All the best.
Yep.
So let's get
Thank you so much.
started. Let's get started. You're sharing anything? Your
Yep, I'll
screen?
share my screen.
Yeah. Let me add it to the stream.
Great. Is it
Okay, here
visible?
we go, Bhavesh and
Great.
Devanshu. The stage is yours.
So, hi everyone. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to speak at Reactor. And today's topic is create serverless logic with Azure functions. I am Bhavesh Suneja, a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, and I'm based on Dehradun. I'm currently in my fourth year.
Hi everyone, I am Devanshu Yadav. I'm a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador from India. I'm a pre-final year computer science engineering student studying at the University of Mumbai. I'm also currently working as a software engineer intern at Confirm Technologies. Apart from tech, I'm really passionate about tech communities, and I'm an active part of the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador community. So yeah, that's pretty much about me.
Okay, so let's start. So for today's session, we're talking about the serverless computing, the logic, and Azure functions. And to start with, let's look at the prerequisites. So what is required is just a Microsoft account and or a Visual Studio Code, which is just a code editor by Microsoft. So today we'll be learning about what is serverless computing, is it right for our project, how to create Azure function app in the Azure portal and VS Code, and then executing them and all that stuff. So what is serverless computing and what is Azure function? Devanshu would like to introduce us what exactly is Azure function and serverless computing.
Yep. So basically, if we talk about serverless computing, it can be thought of something like as a function as a service or a microservice that is provided as a service by any of the cloud platforms. In this case, we are talking about Azure, right? So basically, when we talk about serverless computing, you might think that serverless is like without using any server, but that's not actually the case. You're still using a server, but that is some you are actually using a service provided by the cloud platforms, right, like Azure, to build your business logic in the form of code to solve business problems, right? So that is pretty much about serverless computing. There's a lot of things that we can talk about, right? So when we talk about Azure Functions is essentially like one of the offerings that is provided by Microsoft Azure, which is basically again a serverless application platform, which we're going to talk about today. So it basically enables developers to host their business logic, to host some of the code that they have written for solving a business use case, business problem, and we can execute it without provisioning any infrastructure, right? In a backend server, right? In a backend system. So you can write your Azure functions using many different languages like C Sharp, JavaScript, Python. You have the flexibility to write your code, write your business logic there. And basically, one of the benefits of Azure Functions is that you're only charged for the resources that you use. So it helps your use case become more what we can say cost efficient. So yeah, that is pretty much a little bit of an overview of what is Azure Functions and serverless computing. Avish, would you like to kind of introduce the use case of using serverless computing?
Sure. So, you see, there are several benefits to serverless computing. First, of course, you are not looking after the infrastructure; it is being managed by the cloud provider. So that's one advantage. Second one is that I like to imagine a serverless computing solution as something like a lazy or a sleeping computer. So basically, it's a computer or bot which imagine this: it's a computer which is sleeping and only gets activated or works when it is asked to do something, right? So, and once the work is done, it again goes back to sleep. So that's how I like to imagine a serverless solution. So what happens is a trigger or some, well, uh, the serverless computing, it's if you like host sorry sorry okay, so what basically I'm trying to say is, in a serverless computing solution, you only pay for the time the computation is being done, and not for a time which is reserved, right? So so this is one of the advantages. Others being the like, since you are using a serverless solution, you are not using a VM. So what happens is, like, if you have a backend server and it is optimized for handling your peak resources, you have given it enough resources, then there will be times when the traffic is not at its peak, and in those times the cost would remain same, right? You would be charged for your all your resources that you are allocating. But in serverless computing, what happens is that you are charged only for the resources that are being used at that given time, and not for resources that are not being used. Other than this, the functions that are being created are reusable, and they are stateless. What stateless means is that these are functions which don't have a memory of any of the previous interactions, right? So these functions are called, they each time they run as if they are being run for the first time. They don't have any memory of what happened during previous instances. So these are stateless logic, and if required, we can make them stateful. But by default nature, they are stateless in nature. And these functions, these Azure functions, are event driven. That is, they are activated by a trigger. This trigger could be anything. They could be a HTTP request, a timer based trigger. Maybe there's a queue, and when a message is added to that queue, that's a trigger. So there are various triggers available in Azure functions, and so uh, that makes this Azure functions quite what I say is developer friendly, because you only have to focus on the logic, that business code and the business logic, and not on when to activate it, or what infrastructure is being utilized. Now, since these codes are reusable, and it's a serverless architecture, right? But there might arise a situation where the need for the program to be not serverless, right? Like, if your traffic has increased, or your requirements have changed, you don't need a serverless solution. You can use the same code and host it on virtual networks. And so these codes are reusable and can also be used in traditional compute environments. But
So,
see,
Bhavesh,
these are the
sorry
yeah,
to
Devanshu.
interrupt you. How about we also talk about stateless logic and serverless computing, like Azure functions as well, in depth a bit? Like, would you like to just show that slide deck as well? Um,
Yeah, status project.
for the serverless compute, like just to get a brief overview of what serverless computing also looks like before we move on to the drawbacks of Azure functions or serverless
Okay.
computing, right?
Yeah.
Um,
So, as I mentioned, serverless compute is a great option for hosting business logic code in the cloud. Like, with serverless offerings, for example, our Azure function, we get automatic scaling. First of all, we can write in any language of a choice. It could be Java, C Sharp, JavaScript. It's our choice. And then, plus, we are not managing the servers ourselves. So that's one of the great benefits of serverless computing. And you are saying stateless logic, right? So stateless logic, as I mentioned earlier, basically these functions are reusable, and they don't maintain a state, and so they can be easily created or destroyed.
So Bhavesh and Devanshu, okay.
Mhm.
So let me tell you a story. Okay. So the story is like 15 years back, like when I, joined this industry, how it was, right? We had these servers. We used to procure these servers. Forget about the cloud. It's like procurement of servers, and we used to host it in server rooms, and we used to sit in those server rooms and make sure that these machines are working and other things, wearing jacket and all, because it's cold out there, right? So that was the situation, right, where procurement was taking a lot of time, and a lot of things were happening at that time, right? So Then came the era of infrastructure as a service, and within a private or a public cloud or something like that, but infrastructure as a service, where I could just go on and just click off a button. I was able to, get a server, but yet I need to manage those servers. I need to make sure that I need to scale that if I'm hosting an application. I need to manage the performance of it. I need to manage the availability of that machine, right? So all those overhead which was there while we were doing the physical server management was still there. And then came the PaaS layers where I could just go and just bring up a couple of machines or a couple of services up and running, and it was managed by the cloud providers, obviously. But again, I need to manage the upgrades. I need to manage these patching of these things. I need to manage all of those things, right? So those were the times until the serverless came in, right? So serverless is all about, it's not just having about server at the back end. It's just you have you have the flexibility of triggering something, and it rest everything is taken care by the service provider, right? And the whether it is availability, it is performance, it's scalability, or even the security, right? All of these things is taken care by the provider, and you're only charged um, for the usage as well. It's like you're also managing the cost there, right? And you're only using couple of services, and these services are to be used only when it is required. So you're being charged only for those set of services. And yeah, and that's something very interesting with the Azure Functions programmability. That is the most important thing as well, right? It provides you a framework to design something, and when you design something and set it up, that's it just goes well with the triggers and other things, and integrations with different kinds of services and other things. So that's the interesting part of serverless. And thanks for that introduction. You both gave. I just wanted to share the story with everyone in the audience, like how my experience of 15 years were gone through with different set of computing. And we are here with serverless. I don't know what's next, by the way, but we are here with serverless. So go ahead, Bhavesh and Devanshu.
So yeah, Vivek,
It was
really really nice story. I mean, I can just understand that, like, right from going from, physical servers, like on premise servers, to cloud based solutions where, you're just using cloud services. You don't really have to focus much on managing a lot of things, but at the same time you can focus more on developing and focusing on the business logic, right? And solving problems, right? That's what we as software engineers do in this industry, right? So yeah, that basically enables us to, um, focus more on solving business problems, right, at scale, especially, and provide the best customer experience to all the people, right?
True.
okay. So let's continue. It was great. It was a really, insightful story, like how computing evolved over the ages. But Devanshu, you see, serverless computing has its advantages, but there has to be drawbacks. Like there's nothing which doesn't have a drawback. So would you like
Yep.
to explain or tell us about the drawbacks of serverless computing?
Yep, sure. So basically, when we talk about drawbacks of serverless computing, there's a few of those drawbacks. Let's have a look at them, right? First one is execution time, right? So when we talk about Azure functions, they have a default execution timeout of 5 minutes, which means that, say for example, you have some code written, right? That is some business logic that you have written. So at max, like by default, your Azure functions can process and run for 5 minutes, but you can always configure that to a maximum of 10 minutes. Now, if your function requires more than 10 minutes to execute, you would better choose, a VM, better host your Azure function or your backend solution over a VM, right? So additionally, if your services is initiated through an HTTP request and you expect that value as an HTTP response, the timeout is further restricted to just 2.5 minutes. So you have another option to choose, which is called as Azure durable functions. So what we talk about Azure when we talk about Azure durable functions, it's basically like you have some complex processing, complex business use case, right? And you want to solve that using something like a serverless solution, right? So in that case, you might want to try out Azure durable functions, which is basically like you have the options to configure your Azure functions, multiple Azure functions. Either you can run them sequentially, or you can run them in a fan in, fan out mode, which is like parallelly, right? So these are some of the ways you can, do, you can write some complex business logic and, uh, do it a bit more efficiently using durable functions. But again, each thing has its own use case. So I won't really dive deep into Azure durable functions, since that would be a bit out of scope for this session. But let's look at the
Devanshu,
other.
sorry to
Uh,
interrupt you. I like to
yeah,
share one of my experiences. So when I was for the first time working with Azure Functions, I was working on an IoT project, and I had this JSON file that had data for 24 hours, and I had to what my requirement was to at a certain time the function gets activated and send the data. But I wanted the function to run for the whole duration of 24 hours. And I was not aware about this 5 minute uh, timeout condition. And I just made this Azure function and I deployed it. And next day I woke up, I was confident that yes, my project is ready. I have decentralized populated with data. And I went to my college to show my project. And when I had opened the central dashboard, the data was not there. There was only a 5 minutes of data there. And I was like, what just happened? And then that's how I learned that yes, there's a timeout limit of 5 minutes, which though can be extended to 10 minutes. But yeah.
yeah, so that kind of is like one of the drawbacks. But I think if your business if your use case is a bit too complex, then you have other options
Hmm.
as well. Like as I mentioned, as your durable functions, right? That is one of the ways. Or you could always just go with a VM, right? So
Hmm.
let's talk about the other drawback of
Yep.
using serverless computing. That's execution frequency. So if you expect your Azure function to be executed continuously by multiple clients, it would be prudent to estimate the usage and calculate the cost of using your Azure functions, right? Say for example, you have like if you have like a quiz app, right? Like you're playing like live quizzing, right? Something like Kaun Banega Crorepati types, right? And you have like a lot of users who are actually trying to you play the quiz. So all of this communication would generally happen over something like pub sub architecture. But you can use you can use Azure functions to kind of build a backend solution for this. So in this case, you have a lot of requests coming in, right? Your Azure functions would be dealing with quite a lot of requests, so you wouldn't be able to estimate the usage and calculate the cost a bit effectively. So in this case, you might have a better option would be to go with something like a VM, where you can just host your microservice there rather than using something like a serverless computing this thing. So while scaling, only one function app instance can be created every 10 seconds for up to 200 total instances. So each instance can service multiple concurrent executions. So there's no set limit about how much traffic a single instance or your single Azure function can handle. But generally, if you have a lot of requests coming in, you can always think of a bit cheaper solution, that is using VMs. However, with Azure functions and serverless computing, you have the option to auto scale your load, right? Auto scale your infrastructure to kind of manage all of this load. So, say for example, at one point, right, you have peak load, right, on your infrastructure, right? So in that case, if you're using a serverless solution, then you could auto scale and manage accordingly, right? And if on the other time, like say for example, you don't have much load on your system, you can always scale down, right? So these are some of the nuances that you have with serverless computing. So there's like some of the limitations, as well as there's some benefits when we talk about serverless computing. So you should definitely check out what sort of a solution that you want to use for your backend systems, right? You have various options. It's just that you have to understand what sort of a use case are you dealing with, right? So
Mm.
I guess, Bhavish, now we can jump on to some hands-on,
Yep.
right? Let's just learn how we can create Azure functions using the Azure portal, right?
Before I go on the hands-on, I want to clear some facts. So what you are trying to say is that Azure functions or the serverless computing is not always the best solution, right? It depends on our need.
Yep. It really depends on the use case. Yeah.
So like if I have a lot of processing required, like maybe as you said, the quiz app, there are multiple instances running. So would it be better if I use a VM?
Yeah, in that case, say for example, you want to, if see, it really depends on what you're trying to optimize. If you're trying to optimize for say for example, user experience, or a better way of processing things, then I would suggest Azure functions or a serverless approach. But if you're talking about custom, you want to optimize for cost, right, your resources and stuff, in that case, VMs are always a cheaper option, because uh, with VMs, you can just host your server over a virtual machine, and then that would be a bit cheaper as compared to serverless. Yeah.
Great. So
More or
I guess.
less, used with async apps, okay, async events. So basically,
Mhm.
you have something which is not something where require you do a request and you're not really waiting for a response. You just, it's like maybe you want to run something in the background, or pass that information to your queue, where it can run uh, some of the scripts or something like that. So those are the things where the functions are very effective, right? Go on.
Exactly. So there's like a lot of use cases for Azure functions that you can write cron jobs that you can use to automate some of the scripts, some of the things, some of the tasks that you do in your backend, or in general, right? So like Bhavesh had mentioned that he wanted to automate uploading the data to his IoT dashboard, right? So that was one of the use case where you can use Azure functions. But again, you have to kind of decide which approach is it that you would want to choose for your business use case, right? So, Bhavish, I guess we can just get started with
Yep.
the hands-on demo.
So let's start. Starting off, we just need to log into Azure portal. Um, I guess the font is big enough for everyone to see. Great. So as I said, you'll need a Microsoft account or an Azure account. So just sign into your account and then go to Azure portal. Now here, what you have to do is first of all create a resource, right?
Can I zoom
So
in?
when you,
Can I zoom in?
yep,
Just zoom in.
is it better?
More. No, more. Yeah, now it is good. No,
Cool.
no. Go back
Hmm.
one if you want to. Yeah, this is fine.
Okay. So when you go to create a resource, there's an option to create a function app right on the front. In case it's not here, we can just always search for the services in the search bar. I think I did not type the spelling correctly. Yes, I did not. Okay, so here's the function app. We can just click on the create button and it will create a show the requirement for creating a function app. So choose a subscription here. I'm using my Visual Studio subscription here. And then you have to also create a resource group. So I'll go with Reactor Funk, which I have already created, or you can also create a new resource group here by giving any fancy name you want. Right. So then you have to give a function app name. So any suggestion for the name? What should be the name?
You could probably just go with something like Reactor HTTP trigger
Okay.
function, or
Okay.
something like
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Yep, something like
I'm
that.
bad at typing. I always make typos. Okay, so it's available. For publish, we'll choose the code option. If you have the code in a Docker container, you can choose this option, but we'll go with the code one. And for the runtime stack, it would depend on your runtime environment. So for this demonstration purpose, I'll use Node.js. Region I'll choose which is nearest to me. That will be Central India. And for operating system, it depends on your use case. I'll be choosing Windows right now because the Azure portal does not support creating Azure functions through Azure portal on Linux OS. So I'll go with Windows one. Then there's a plan type option here. There are three type of plans. So in consumption plan is truly serverless plan where you don't manage the infrastructure and all. And app service plan is when your demands are much higher. It's more comparable to hosting your own VM. And basically, it is not it will not be a serverless computing if we choose the app service plan. So let's go with consumption. That's serverless. Click on review plus create.
So Bhavesh, just want to ask one thing.
Mhm.
So can we use Azure functions in a non-serverless environment? Can we?
Uh, yes, no, it would be a serverless solution, but it would be more comparable to a serverless. Like comparable, I mean is you will be responsible for managing the or scaling the infrastructure. So it won't be done automatically. It won't be like true to the spirit of serverless computing. That's what that different plan meant.
Okay, okay.
So we click on this create button now. It will start our deployment and creation progress. Say deployment progress. Now we'll wait while it deploys. It should take around 2 to 3 minutes. Meanwhile, if anyone has any questions, they can put up in the chat. And if you guys want to ask anything, okay. See,
Yeah, while
four
we
of
wait for it, you can tell us how was your day, like where you had been to college.
No, I'm not going to college nowadays because it's my final year. I had a conference presentation today, so it went well, and I was actually working on a research paper regarding IoT. So and IoT and Azure Custom Vision. So the conference went well. Now let's wait for the status. Let's hope it gets published.
What
Awesome,
about you,
awesome,
Devanshu?
Bhavesh. For me, I had been in college, so I have my practical exams in Fiverr and stuff. So yeah, just the regular routine, you know.
Yeah, you are that good boy of the college, huh? Okay.
How were your exams, Devanshu? How was the practical?
Yeah, it was really nice. We had a practical on system programming and compiler construction. So right, we are talking about CS fundamentals. But it was I frankly speaking, I really like learning about compilers and system programming and stuff. So yeah, that it's really interesting.
Nice, that's great.
By the way, if you
Okay,
have
so
any
yeah,
questions on functions, you can also post it in the chat for the audience, right? While okay, it is done, right? So let's
yeah,
go ahead.
it's deployment ready. So let's now go to the resource. And what we have created now is the function app, right? So the logic that we will do, the logic or the business code that will be done in a entity called function. So the functions are created within the function app, and we can basically function app is an execution context or a logical grouping of various functions that we create, right? So if we like we are in the our function app right now, and you can see all the details here. If you go to this URL, it will say that function is up and running. So that basically means it was successful in creating the app. Now we have to create those functions of ours. Also, there are some metrics here to see to know more about the execution of a function, like what was the execution count and memory used, etc. So on the left panel, there's a tab called functions, and here we'll go to the functions option. And here will be a list of all the functions you create. So right now it's empty because it's a new function app. So we go to the create button and another window would pop up. Here there'll be multiple templates for us to create. Now we are working in the Azure portal right now. So as you can see, we can create Azure, these functions with multiple triggers. So there's a HTTP trigger, timer trigger, various other triggers depending on other Azure services. So based on our requirement, we can select our trigger. For now, let's go with the HTTP trigger. That's which is basically means that the function would be activated if it gets HTTP request. And if we go here, we can give it a name. So let's go with this name only, HTTP trigger one. And when we come to this authorization level, we'll have three different types of levels. So basically, function admin are the ones that require an authentication token with the HTTP request, so that it does not process any unwanted request. And basically, function tokens are function specific, and admin level basically means that well, you have two keys: function key and admin key. Function key would only trigger the function specific function, and admin key would trigger all the functions in a function app. And for anonymous basically means there will be no authentication level. So for now, I'll go with anonymous.
So, Bhavesh, before we go ahead with creating the Azure function, like, can you tell me, is anonymous authorization level kind of similar to what we talk about public APIs or public entity? Like,
Yep.
okay,
It's
okay,
it's the same. Basically, see, right now you're basically creating a account or an API without any authentication required. So anyone can send request to your API, and if whatever the logic code is, it will get executed.
okay. So, provided that we have the function endpoint, we can always trigger that.
Yes,
We won't need
anyone
any
can.
author. Okay,
Hmm.
so we won't need any authentication for that. Okay,
Yes.
cool.
So it is always advisable to use a authentication token, go for the function
Yep.
or admin. But for demonstration purposes, I'm using the anonymous one. So our function is ready. We're in the function right now, and if we want to look at the code, we can go here on the window called Code Plus Test. So this is our JavaScript code, which will be executed whenever it gets a trigger. Okay, what is happening? Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
No worries.
Such things do happen. Nothing can be done about that. So whenever it gets an HTTP request, if the request contains a variable called name, it will print this message like hello plus name. The HTTP triggered function is executed successfully. And if this request does not contain any variable called name, the latter option would be executed. Right. So right now function is ready, and if you want to like put any business logic or any other logic, any other code, this is the window in which you would be writing your code. So this is the main window for your logic. So this is the default one which we got with the template. You can always change it to something else. And let's try running it. So let's try running it. So else you can use the get or post method. I'll go with the post method. The key is being the master. We can use the default key, which is the function key. It doesn't matter here because authority level is here anonymous. So it doesn't matter what key you use. And here in the body, we can change this name variable to, let's go with MSDevDay. And if I run this code, there's also a log window here which will show all the logs. This context.log lines will be logged here, and all of the info will be logged. So since we had a variable called name in the body, the HTTP response was hello MSDevDay. This HTTP ticket function executed successfully. Now, what if I change the name of the variable? Let's say I make it hello, and if I run it now, it will give us the latter option, which is not using the name. So even if I remove the name or change the variable, it would give us that option only. So to get a better grasp of this, let's try it in Postman. You can either try Postman or a curl command. So I'll go with Postman. So go here at the get function URL button. You can select the key here, which is not required because it's an anonymous function. So we just copy from here the URL, And let's go to Postman. Let's create a
So
new
You need to
Bhavesh,
request.
increase the
what do
font.
you? Sorry for
You need to
interrupting.
increase the font. We can't see it. Not so much as well, but a little more.
Yes, just a bit more, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah,
good? Okay.
yeah. Now it's
You were
fine.
asking something, Devanshu?
Yeah. So just want to ask, like, what do you generally use to test APIs and stuff? Like, do you prefer using Postman or some open
Well,
source
it depends on my
APIs?
mood. Like if it's a small API, not requiring many parameters, I would go for a curl command. But if there are a lot of parameters involved, I would usually go to the Postman to make things easier for me.
Cool.
It depends. Okay, so for the parameters, let's give here a name and the value. Uh, Give me value, any name.
Just take my name, Devanshu.
Okay, okay. So let's send this. Okay, wow. Where is the response? Hmm.
I guess it's in the body, right? You can probably just
Ah, okay. No, no. Oh, yeah.
yep, yep.
See, hello Devanshu. This HTTP triggered function executes successfully. Right.
Cool.
Okay. We can also send a post, but it's the same thing. Uh, so I guess our work here is done. So this is how this works. Let's get a more deeper dive to the options we have available in the Azure portal. So if you click on this tab here, there are two files, index.js and a function.json. This function.json is actually the bindings. Bindings basically define from where the data will come into the Azure, this function, basically the triggers, the source of a trigger. And once the processing is done, where to output the data or send the data to. So uh, right now, since it's an HTTP trigger and we are not sending data out, we are sending a HTTP response out. So as you can see, direction in is a HTTP trigger and direction out is just HTTP. That basically means a response. And the methods are get post. So in Microsoft documentation of Azure function, we can have a deeper look into how to create bindings for different applications. Now let's go to integration tab here. Integration tab again, see, it's more of a visual interface for the bindings. So you can add inputs here, like we can link other Azure services from which to get the data once it receives a trigger. The logic would go here, and then what all outputs can be done. It's more of it's a no code solution kind of thing. In the monitor tab, we can monitor our functions. So like how many time it was triggered in the last 30 days, what's the success count and the error count. And if we click here, we can see all the logs here with the timestamp. Okay, I close it.
So in
There's
the monitor
another.
tab, Bhavesh, we
Mhm.
can have a look at some of the logs as well, right? Like, say, for
Yeah,
example, if a function has not successfully completed, we can probably see that, right?
yeah, there will be an error count here. See, if the success count is not the count of successful triggers, but the successful executions. So even if your
Okay.
function is triggered, unless it is not executed properly, it would not show in success count. If
Okay.
there's error, it will
Okay.
go to the error count here.
Okay. So it
And
kind of
in this function,
segregates based on the response code, right?
yes, yes.
Okay.
A response code for HTTP triggers, but just saying response codes won't do justice because that's only for HTTP triggers.
Yep.
For different triggers, there will be different conditions. Now, for function keys, this is a tab where all our keys are. So, like this is anonymous, right? So we don't need a key here. But in case we had chosen an authority level, there would be the keys. The keys would be here, like the function key required to trigger this function. So this is the key. There's no point. I'll just delete it. You should not delete it. You can also create new key. I don't know why I deleted it. Anyway, and in
So,
case you
so
realize,
Bhavesh,
Mhm.
just one question there.
Mhm.
So, in function keys, so if I have the key, right? If I create a key, Do I have to instrument something in the code uh, to access this key?
I didn't get your question. Please
Do I have
repeat.
to make changes in the code? Do I have to
No.
somewhere give the information in the code? Say, for example, if how does this work? So basically, you have a function and you have created a function key on top of that, so nobody can access this function as of now, right? So you are sending a request to this function. So but when you're sending a request, you have to send the key as well, right? So somewhere you need to instrument the key. So basically
Yes.
the calling function or calling request should have instrumented the key, right? I mean, that's something which you need to instrument back in the code. Is that what we have to do,
Okay, so it
or is
depends
it a
on our use
easier
case.
way to just call? Is it the easier way to call this?
Easiest way is to use the anonymous functions. But if we want an authority level, we get the keys have to be included in the since this is a HTTP trigger, it has to be included in the HTTP request. So while entering the parameters, if you remember the postman, I created a parameter called name. We'll also have to create a parameter called x dash functions. I'll just type it here, x dash function key. So with this parameter name, we have to provide the key in there, and that would provide the key to this function. That this would be used as the ID for the function, like the authority. It has authorization. Authority. I'm confusing with the word.
You can
I don't know
call
what's
it you
happening.
can call it authorization tokens, right? Like
Yes,
Authorization
uh,
authorization.
token.
yep.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's yeah. There's one more thing I have to show in the portal. So if we go to the Azure function, wait. It has an application insights integration. So it has to be activated first. But once you activate or apply it, uh, what's happening? Okay, the buttons here. Once we apply it, we can use this to get in uh, a deep insight about our function app. So I'll just wait for it to load and I'll show you what I mean. It's taking some time. It's unusual. Okay,
So this is the logs which we are looking at, right, for that specific function.
yeah. So it's not only logs here. There's a lot of information here, like number of failed requests, server response time, how many requests were made, the time it took to for the request, what time was it made, everything. This is a very brief one. We can see the data for last 30 minutes to 30 days. The ranges here. There are live metrics here. There's a lot of things. This is the whole another solution provided by Azure, and there's an integration of this in the Azure Functions app. So there's a lot of data here. We can easily track what if there's anything wrong with our function. We can easily track here. There's some. It's a lot. It's really helpful.
Just click on that application map. Does it show anything? I mean, like there is an
I
application
guess
map.
we'll have to uh, set it up first.
Not sure. Oh, it does show only one, right? So basically,
Hmm.
if you have multiple calls happening from this particular function to different functions, probably we might see some
Yeah,
triggers,
it's
right?
just one circle for each function. So like right now we have only a reactor.
Yeah,
We have one
yeah,
instance
yeah.
inside. So yeah, showing one only. So this was pretty much everything on the Azure portal. And but you see Azure using Azure portal, though provides um, a a control to us like what we have to do. But while writing code, it would be a hassle to like switch from our editor and then go to the website and then set it up. So there's another option for this. There's a better solution for this. Devanshu, would you like to
Yep.
show?
Yep. Sure. So let me just share my screen.
I'll
Just a
stop
second.
sharing my screen now.
Yeah. So um, basically, there are basically two ways, as Bhavish talked about, right? you can create functions from the Azure portal. But generally, as a developer, right, you would always want to prefer staying in your code editor and try to do as many things as possible to be as productive as possible, right? So there's a really nice way to kind of create Azure functions and function apps in general using the Azure function extension, right? So before I actually get started, right, I would just like to let you know that you would need to actually install two extensions. First is the Azure account extension, and the other is the Azure functions extension in your VS Code, so that you would be able to follow the demo that I'm going to be showing right now. So the first extension, that is the Azure account extension. So that is basically used to sign you up into your Azure account from your VS Code. So as you can see that I have already signed in to my Azure account. So when you have installed the Azure account extension, you will see this Azure icon here on the left panel, where you would be able to see that you have to sign in to your Azure account before you actually create any resources from within VS Code. So once you have connected and authenticated to your Azure account, right, from within VS Code, you would be able to see if you have created any subscriptions, if you have any resource groups. So that is one of the things. And let's also talk about the Azure Functions extension. So using that, you can create Azure Functions in a smooth manner from within VS Code. So you don't really have to, go to the Azure portal and, do a lot of configurations. You can do quite a lot of configurations from here itself, from within your code editor. So let's just create a very simple Azure function, try to add some bit of logic into it, and see how we can deploy it from within VS Code, right? So first of all, what you would have to do here is that within functions, right? So you have many different options here. So within functions, right, you would click on this icon, which is called create function. So this would actually ask you to create a function project. Since you don't have a function app created on your local environment, you would have to first create a function app. So let's real quick create the function app. So for the language, I would be using JavaScript, right? And for the template, I will again go for the HTTP trigger. You have various other triggers that you can use, something like timer triggers for creating cron jobs and other sort of stuff. Like you have queue triggers that you can use to, say for example, if you have new messages coming in your message queue, right, and you want to do some processing on those, so you could do that using Azure functions, right? So right now, let's create an HTTP trigger. Let me rename this as something like MSD a funk, right? Funk demo. Yeah. So now you can see that we have again the same authorization levels that Bhavesh had talked about earlier. So we have three options. We have anonymous, function, and admin. So for now, I would just go with the anonymous one. But you can, I would always recommend you to, make authenticated, keep your function apps and functions secure, right? By choosing the function authorization level. So here you can see that we have some basic template that Azure Functions provides us with. So let's have a look at what all got created here. So you can see that we got this really nice Azure function that is created with the name of MSD Day. So we also have the function.json file and the index.js files. So here you can see that this is basically the same normal template that Bhavish had talked about. Now, if we talk about the function.json, this is where you actually define your bindings, the function bindings. So as Bhavish had talked about, right, function bindings are basically used to help you bind your Azure functions with what we can say other third-party services or Azure services. Like, say for example, you have created a database in Azure Cosmos DB, right? So you can add a really nice what we can say function binding here to kind of bind to your database here, right? So that is one of the ways. So you can configure your methods, you can configure the authorization level again, right? So these are some of the ways. So when we talk about the output binding, right? Output binding is basically what data you want to send from your Azure function, right? So here we have named it as result, right? So let's real quick, kind of add some basic logic based on the use case that Bhavish had initially talked about, that is the IoT project, right? So let's just
Devanshu,
really quickly have a look.
can
Yep,
you show us about various bindings that are available, like where we can access them from?
sure, sure, absolutely. Let me just stop sharing my screen and show the Azure documentation for some of the fine bindings that you can actually configure, right? So let me just real quickly. I hope you are able to see my screen. So these are some of the supported bindings that you have with you can provide with your Azure functions. So you have the blob storage binding, the Azure Cosmos DB binding that I had just now talked about, right? You can fetch data from your databases. You can do all sorts of stuff with that. But you have your blob storage. You have other all these different types of bindings. You can have bindings with Twilio. So you have something like an option to kind of automatically send emails for some of your events that you're conducting using Azure functions, right? So these are some of the bindings. So we can also, let's have a look at a really small example of a binding. So this binding is basically to your Cosmos DB. So you can see here you have given the name as input document. So this is one of the documents in your Azure Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is basically a NoSQL database, right? So you don't really have, so you basically store data in the form of items and documents in your database. So this is you would have to mention your database name, the collection name within which you want to kind of fetch your data. You have your IDs and your partition keys, right? These are some of the things that you would have to have a look into your Azure documentation to kind of understand how do you actually configure these. So you would also have to set your connection strings within your Azure functions, right? So from the function portal, right, you will have an option to configure your connection strings so that your Azure function can connect to all these different integrations, right? So let's not dive deeper into all of this. Let's just kind of have a look at our logic that we want to add for one of the use cases that we had talked about initially. So let me real quick um, also share my um, VS Code. Just a second. Okay, yeah. So this is like a very basic example, right? So let's add some logic to our function app, right? So let me just kind of um, show you what I'm talking about. So this is like a basic example. Say, for example, if you have your IoT device that kind of monitors temperatures, right? So you would kind of give an input to your Azure functions to, read through the array of temperatures that your IoT device has noted, and based on that, you want to say, for example, just do a very simple thing like set the status and send that data from your Azure functions, right? As a response. So here we are basically just doing that. Say, for example, your temperature is less than 25. Set the status as okay, and if it's less than 50 degrees, status of caution, stuff like that. So you would have noticed that we have something called as the context object. So context object is basically something that helps you flow the data from your Azure functions. So that would be from your input. So from your input bindings, you would get your data. When I talk about data, that could be from your third-party services, like Azure Cosmos DB or anything like that, right? So that is one of the things. And you can also return data from your Azure functions, as we are doing here. We are returning that data in the body with a status, right? So this is one of the ways you can do that. And so if basically our function doesn't is not able to do the action that we are supposed to do, we can send a 400 response, right? So basically this is like a very basic example of how you can add some logic based on your business use case. So now let's just have a look and quickly deploy our function app here. So to deploy your function app, you would again go to your click on the Azure icon, and then you would say you would want to deploy your Azure deploy to the function app. So when you click on that icon, so you would have an option. You would have to again create your function app in Azure from within VS Code, because this is just created locally. So we would go on and create and give the name that we want to give. So let's call it MSDev Day Func. So again, we would have to define the runtime stack. So I'd go ahead with Node.js 14, and we would have to select the location. So we would go with something like Central India. Let's just choose something that is closer to our location, right? So meanwhile, this is getting deployed, right? So it's creating the storage account and it's creating the function app in Azure now. And it would basically, what it would do is that it would basically just deploy this function that we have created to Azure portal, and that I'll show you in a second. So Vivek, are there any questions in the chat that I could probably take up?
Right now, no, but I have not just it's not a question, by the way, but
Yep,
very interesting fact that basically you created a JS app, right? So no JS
yep,
app there,
yep,
and when you are creating it, it created a structure for you. So that is the
yep.
power of using functions. It's created a
Functions.
yeah, it's created a project structure.
Yep,
And if you just go back and just create a new local function with Python, or probably using
yep,
with .NET, it creates a specific structure for you. So that is
yep,
one of the strong point for using functions, because for different programming languages you can go and create different things, and you can use different programming languages for uh, different set of use cases. That's the kind of flexibility it gives you when you are building an app, right? So you might feel, okay, for this specific problem statement I would go back and use a Python, or might be a .NET. I just want to
yep,
use those things. And uh, that's the flexibility of functions gives, and it makes it so easy for you to build and deploy it, and also connect with different functions, right? Two
yep,
functions can be on different programming languages and
yep,
can connect with each other. So
yep.
that's the beauty of it. Perfect.
So you can
So
create
this
like
is
all sorts
getting
of.
deployed. This
Yep.
is by default getting deployed on Windows or Linux.
This would be deployed on Windows. If I'm not really sure about this,
I
but
don't think so.
from
Yeah,
what I understand, I guess it should be deployed on Windows. But I guess there
no,
should be an option to kind of configure that. Since we haven't
no,
actually
I don't
mentioned it, I
think
guess.
so, because when we were doing with UI, we had an option to deploy it
Yeah,
on app service and others. That's the reason why we had those options like Windows or Linux or something. But here
yep,
we have no idea what is the infrastructure it's using at the backend, right?
yeah,
It's going to build a container, and it's going to use that
What
structure.
what I think it could be using Windows right now, because it might depend on the OS you're using locally.
yep,
Because like for Python, the dot environment files would then differ the way it gets referenced.
yep.
Right.
I'm not sure, and
So
it's just yeah,
It containerizes everything. Don't worry.
yeah.
yeah. So we are done with deploying the Azure functions to Azure Function app and the Azure Function to our Azure portal. Now let's just have a look at the Azure portal real quick and just test it out a bit, maybe if time persists.
Even though IoT is not being used here, but I love IoT, and since this code is being used is an example for IoT, I'm excited for it to run.
For sure. So I hope I'm able to show my Azure portal. So let's just real quick have a look at whether we have created a function app or not. Um, Yep. So as you can see that we are able to create we have deployed our Azure Function app, and let's look at if we have our Azure Function here, right? So when I was actually talking about configuring to different services, I was talking about going to this configuration panel where you can kind of add connection strings, and as you can see here you have all these different environment variables, right? So this is actually a very good way to kind of a more secure way to kind of define your application secrets rather than doing it in your environment, like say for example in Node.js, right? You would be doing something like process.environment or something like that. So this is a bit secure way. So you can see that we have our as a function created. So let's just real quick test this out. Um, yeah. So as I was talking about the input, right? So let me just real quick show you what I'm talking about. Yeah. So this is our index.js file, right? Everything looks pretty much the same as I had talked about. So let's just real quick test our as a function. So again, I will select the get option. And again, since I have created an anonymous function, so it doesn't really matter what key I would be using here for this thing. So let's just test out the logic that we have created here, right? So if you can see in the index.js file, let me just show that real quick. Yeah. So let's test out this logic, right? As I was talking about that, you are given some readings, right, from your IoT device. So let's give some input to this, right? Let's give some input in the request body. So, oops, yeah. So this is basically the readings, right? So there's reading number one, which has say temperature 23 degrees and stuff. This is basically just the room temperature that the IoT device has kind of sensed, right? So let's just kind of run our Azure function and see uh, what output do we get, what response do we get from our Azure function. Yeah. So as you can see here, as I had showed that we would be setting the status here as well around along with our readings, right? So for each of the temperatures, you can see the status is also set. So yeah, that is pretty much about adding business logic to your functions app. Kind of creating function app using VS Code, right? So it kind of makes it a bit simple as a developer. I feel that if you are able to do much of the things within your code editor, it kind of increases your productivity. So yeah, that is pretty much about the demo or the hands-on from my side. So Bhavesh, let's kind of summarize the session, right? Let's just
Yes.
quickly summarize what we learned today. I hope you can.
Okay, so we first started with what exactly is serverless computing and Azure functions, and then we talk about the advantages and disadvantages of that, and then we went from that to doing a hands-on demo of everything. We did a demo on the portal, how to do it in the UI, how to do it in the VS Code, and then we tested out how to edit your business logic. Uh, and it was like Azure functions. Like every time I use them, I'm somehow still uh, kind of awestruck. Like, how does this work? It's so cool. I have a if you might have seen my Azure portal, there was this function I've created with the name of Life Easy Maker, which has a different functions that I might need in my daily life while coding. So I have those two or three functions already there, which I keep using. So I just it's like I don't have words for Azure function. I like it so much.
It kind of simplifies the processes if you talk about if you're building
Yeah.
like right now since I'm interning at Confirm, right? Confirm Technologies, that is where I actually got introduced to Azure functions and stuff. So I have been working on Node.js and TypeScript and Azure functions. So I have been building backend APIs with TypeScript and Node.js. So I have really realized that with Azure functions, some of the things become really easy, especially when you are creating APIs. Serverless. You are using a serverless solution, right? So yeah, there's pros and cons of all the things, right? So yeah, that's pretty much about serverless computing and Azure functions. Yeah. So
So Bhavesh and Devan should just think about me, right? Coming from the evolution of computing, how would we feel when we see functions? It's fun, by the
it's
way.
extremely
Anyways,
fun.
yeah, it's Anyways, thanks for the session. I know it's pretty late. It's time for dinner for everyone, and thank you, Devanshu. Thank you, Bhavesh, for amazing demo and amazing session. And just for the audience, we do have Cloud Skill Challenge launched today, and we did speak about this in the mini conference. And do join and make sure that you complete those modules. Whatever we have discussed in today's session, uh, it's been packaged as learning modules in this particular Cloud Skill Challenge. So it's basically you will go back and see that everything which we have discussed today is readily available out there with code and other things, and to try out a couple of things. And there could be sandboxes as well where you can try out these technologies, right? So that's it from my side as well. Thanks for everyone for joining in, and thanks Rashmita Parth for hosting us. I know everybody is in the back end, backstage, working, almost like 4 hours now, which is a great thing. And thanks everyone for joining in, and do take part in the Cloud Skill Challenge and complete those learn modules. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Vivek, and the
You.
Reactor community to give us this opportunity to kind of share our knowledge about Azure functions, with the student tech community. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Reactor community, for
Thank
this
you. Bye bye. Take
opportunity.
care.
Bye.